All right, we got Mr. Marty.
Hello, everybody. All right, let's start building that audience up. Let everybody in. Open the doors.
Of course, we opened this with a question. Mr. Marty, good sir.
Yeah.
How are you?
I am good. It's sunny. It's kind of warm here in Las Vegas. I'm looking out at my swimming pool. I got my dog Baxter laying here next to me, and all four of our guests will be joining us shortly because they're all here. So that's really a blast. So welcome to everybody in the audience.
Sounds like we're here for a pretty good time.
Yep. Hopefully, I just don't have the energy to go 5 hours though, like I did with Paul Russell. So that I can't. I just can't do that. Plus, my grandsons are coming over later today, so I'm going to go play with them. All right. How are you doing? How are you doing?
Oh, thank you. I'm doing pretty good. Been working on my album a bit more. I got some cool sort of fun, probably terrible game design ideas I've been working on. Things are pretty good now, and I get home to good internet on Tuesday, so I'm really looking forward to that.
I saw you talking the other day about how hard it is to actually finish and ship things. And I would have to say that if you're not under somebody else's deadline, that is really hard. It's hard for me. I totally depend on somebody else saying, this is due in 2 days. And then I'm like, oh, wow, I have no choice. So it's very hard just to be self-motivated and ship something. And by ship, I mean just say it's finished and share it with the public in some way. It's very hard to do that by yourself. Yeah.
It's also a really it feels so good when you get something out. Like when something's finished and you can finally just sort of step back and see it done or out there, if that's something that you do in kind of the case of whatever this thing we're talking about is. That's a great feeling. I always really love to because in my case, it's stuff that I put out. I always love to see what other people think of it, and I feel almost like a kind of energy from seeing how people react to it and how they interpret it, and hopefully, it has meaning to them in some way. I always think that's really cool.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like we actually hit over 400 people in the audience, which is great. So let's let the guests come in wherever they are.
Are we not here?
When you first saw the big stage, were you blinded by its majesty? I'm sorry, I'm not good enough voice actor. I'll see myself out.
Next.
Do we have the speakers of the hour or hours coming in, or do they need to?
They're about to join momentarily.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah. Hey,
there we go.
Woo!
Sweet.
So much fun.
Yeah,
here's
cool
the ActMan. Here's Hidden Xperia. Now, for all of you people in the audience, I'm going to be calling these people by their actual names, which is fun. Not their last names, but I don't even think. Well, let's see. I know one of their last names, but I won't share that.
Sorry, goodness, that's classified.
So yeah, let's. Where's the other two? I know they're here. They're here.
I'm not sure.
They might not. Old person who doesn't miss multi-team. Am I right?
Okay, we need. Of course, stage chat. You have to join by hitting the little button that says "move," whatever it is.
Yeah, I think
there was like an invite at the top that I clicked.
Yeah, Nick is doing his now, and I think Late Night needs to as well.
Hold on, if I find them on the stage, I can bring him directly up.
I'm in.
Nick.
Hey, there we go.
I'm in it.
Nicholas.
Oh, one more to come. Late Night Gaming. Well, I'm punishing Late Night Gaming, so I'm going to leave him out.
Not on anymore. I'm trying to find him in the list, but there's so many people.
Yep. All right, Yep, cool. I invited him, so he should be up. The big, like, when you look at a stage and you see all the audience members, there needs to be, like, a search function there. Or maybe it's already there and I can't find it.
No, I like the way that it's not alphabetized.
It's just random. Hope for the best.
It's a random bunch of people. Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
It's quite
it's
cool
gonna
to see
be-
all the names there.
So apparently we've heard that the next revision of Discord will have this big stage feature with video, which I think would be nice.
The leaks are
so-
real.
Is it real?
The leaks are real.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying it should be, it would be nice to have video on something like this. But I can understand why it's not an easy thing because
There we go.
I like the idea that we're going to have, we can have 1,000 people in the audience or more than 1,000 people if we ever get to that. That'll be fun. We'll see if there's something I can do. Maybe if I bring in some actual famous people, I'll get some.
Yo, I got busy all of a sudden, so I gotta.
No, it's okay. That's fair.
I didn't sign up to get roasted.
Oh, yes, you did. Oh, yes.
The moment you become a YouTuber, that's what you sign up for.
Yeah, that's why you're becoming a professional roasting.
All right. So I'm going to go in order of the people on the screen that I have, and just sort of introduce you guys, and then let you also introduce yourself. So the first one is the ActMan, who, by the way, I believe has the most subscribers of anybody here on the stage. Not that means anything. That really means very little, frankly. Kelly.
Jealous.
Yes, Kelly, and I've been interviewed by a couple of you, and I've talked to Nick and Late Night Gaming, whose name is Taras. So remember that name; it's a very cool name. And he was not named after one of the Brute characters, but it sounds like he was. Anyway, so Kelly, tell us just a quick little history of yourself and why you're here today.
Well, I'm here because I just love video games, and I made a lot of Halo videos that eventually got the attention of Mr. Marty here, and then he reached out. We did an interview, kind of hit it off. I asked him out on a date. He said no, respectfully. Yeah, so I just post videos, reviews, that sort of thing.
Excellent. Okay, and next up is Hidden Xperia, Luke, the British guy.
The British guy.
Who is actually, it's after midnight in his whatever it is, London time zone. So Luke, tell us about yourself.
Okay, it's not actually after midnight. We're still pretty early in the day. It's like 8 p.m. over here. But yeah,
it's not midnight. Oh, God, I don't know why I thought it was midnight.
Nah, nice and early. This is dinner time.
Oh, you know what? I know what it was. It was the other night we were talking. It was midnight. Yeah, that's why we decided to do this at noon today. All right, so you should be fresh as a daisy. This will be good.
Oh yeah, I am fresh as I could ever be. So I am the British guy, as I've been called sometimes. Halo YouTuber. I talk about like anything Halo based, and also like every now and then a few other things as well on my channel. I asked Marty out on a date, and he actually said yes. He came over to mine. I smoked some steaks, did a brisket as well. We had a great time, and that's why I'm here.
Excellent.
He said
yes. Next up is Ubernick. He is the one I probably have gotten to know through his videos just lately, because I hadn't really seen a lot of his stuff, and I have some questions about what he's done, because he's done some amazing things. So anyway, Nick from Ireland, which I have ancestors that came from Ireland. So Nick, tell us about yourself.
I'm a Halo YouTuber and Twitch streamer. Been making content for too many years at this stage. Just love everything Halo. We actually briefly met a couple years ago, Marty, but it was at this random barbecue for like literally 3 seconds.
Was that at Claude's house?
Yes, it was at Claude's, yeah.
Oh man, a bunch of you guys were at Claude's, right?
Yeah. So it was so brief, like it was so long ago as well. But yeah.
Well, it's burned into my mind. I remember meeting you. It was an amazing experience.
I never got to ask you on a date, so maybe at the end of this, if it goes well, we'll see how things go.
Okay. Thanks. And then last is Late Night Gaming, whose first name is Taras, which is a great name. I just learned that. Taras, tell us about yourself.
I make Halo YouTube videos, sometimes do some streaming, but it's mostly the video stuff. My first meeting with you was not great. Really bad first impressions on my end. And thankfully, you reached out to me recently, and I guess we were able to patch things up, and you invited me to talk with you.
Oh,
which
we're
is-
going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that.
There we go.
Do we have
This
to?
is what I'm here for.
Well, yeah, but I did meet you at Claude's house also, I think, at some point.
Yeah, it was also where I put my foot in my mouth and tried to ask you what kits you used, and because I didn't know the terminology, I used the word loops to describe it, and I think I accidentally accused you of not composing your own music.
It's all coming back to me now. Yeah.
No!
That's rough, buddy. That's some pretty serious territory you're stepping into there.
So where's the button where I kick people off the stage? Where is it? It's right at the bottom. Okay, yeah, I see it. All right.
Where
No,
did you
actually,
steal
no.
your music from?
This would be a good time to just sort of talk through this a little bit. Here's the thing, and because we're relaxed and we're all friends, if I were to tell kids, something that things to remember, I would say don't drink and drive. I would also say don't drink and tweet. So, well, you guys got all serious about that. But what's
I
funny?
would just say don't tweet.
Don't tweet.
Yeah, don't tweet.
use
That's
Twitter.
the best advice right there.
Well, I'm trying to use Twitter in a purely promotional way now because it's so dangerous to tweet. But I have gotten myself into trouble over the years tweeting. I don't know if anybody noticed this, but I have. Most of the time it's because I'm stupid, or I tweet something that gets misunderstood, or I tweet something that's worded really poorly, and then I have to take it back. So I think I have probably just crossed a couple lines here and there. One of them was, I think I said something about streamers once. I don't know if anybody remembers this. Anybody? Raise your
I
hand.
think I do vaguely remember
yeah.
that. I think I do.
Dot.
Well, this is why I have in my Twitter profile, I heart streamers, because I actually do. There was a point where the whole streaming phenomenon took me by surprise because somebody was saying, hey, look at these content creators. And I remember thinking, I thought I was a content creator. So now I realize what it means to be a content creator by definition on YouTube and Twitch and so forth. And I have I'm not kidding. I really do have just an immense amount of respect. And I think it's great for the industry as a whole. But we're going to get into some of that too, because I think to a certain extent, I've always been a fan of the way the Halo fan community, especially, was able to take some of the tools that we fought for to make sure that they were released to the public, so that the fans could extend the life of the game beyond anything that we at Bungie could possibly do. So I just didn't realize how much that would take off with Twitch and YouTube. Becoming something that you guys actually are making a living at, which is hilarious to me. I think that's great. I totally think that's great. But I have another thing to say about that, but I'm going to keep that for later. One of the other things is by the way, my complaint about some streamer was I thought it was a joke. It wasn't taken as a joke, and I can see by reading it that it didn't look like a joke. So I had listened to somebody who I'd never seen before who just sort of screamed through the entire release of Reach on Twitch, and then didn't understand what he was supposed to do when the game started. So he just was sort of yelling the whole time at his fans and his friends, doing shtick. And then he said, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do now when the game actually started? And I just thought, well, that's just, I don't even understand that. But now, now I realize I was just sort of responding like a boomer, and I will never comment about those things ever again. And then I've done a couple of things where I sort of stepped in. I've leaned slightly to the wrong side of woke and got in trouble for that. So we're not going to talk about that because I don't really care. And then the last thing I would say, which I'd love to just sort of clear up, is, and we might talk a little bit. I'm sorry, I'm sort of going on. You guys will jump in soon, I'm sure. But I'd like to just clear this up. We'll talk about Infinite, and there's a whole bunch about Infinite I have no clue about. But I am friends with all the composers who worked on Infinite. I've spoken to all of them at some point.
Nice.
I feel Mike and I both feel like honored that our quote unquote legacy iconic music is being revisited. And here's the way it works in the music world. And this is just the way music works. If someone like Joe Cocker decides to do a version of Try With a Little Help From My Friends, it's a cover. It's a great cover, and everybody loves it. But Joe Cocker freely is saying, "I'm doing a cover of a Lennon-McCartney song." And the composers, every composer I know feels the same way. If they're covering somebody else's tune, they're happy to say, for example, Joel Corlitz, who did Through the Trees. Now, I mean, he wouldn't have called it Through the Trees if he wasn't doing an homage and a cover of A Walk in the Woods. What bothered me was a certain giant corporation decided to act like he was the sole composer. And I was just pointing out that that's just not the way it works. So I was never making a dig at Joel. I was only making a dig at, hey, even all the composers there, Gareth and Curtis and Joel, know that the way this works in music is you say, here's the composer and I'm doing a cover of it, or I'm doing an arrangement, or I'm adding enough new stuff that I get composer credit too. So it's like composed by Marty and Mike and Joel. That's fine with us. But so I hope that clears things up. Does it?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Twitter is that you have so many people that just don't understand anything about the real world. So, like, we all run into this, like, every single one of us that tweets anything. It could be something completely innocuous, just like a joke or a shit post, and then people will take it, like, 100% seriously. Like, I like making... I'm not even like making fun of The Last of Us 2, but I'm making fun of like these PlayStation fanboys that like overhype The Last of Us 2. But then when I make a joke about it, they're just like, "Oh my god, he must hate this game so much." Like, it's just so easy to misinterpret what people are saying on Twitter, and I don't know why you got any flack for basically saying like, "Hey, why am I not credited in Infinite for these songs?"
It also doesn't help as well it doesn't help on Twitter as well that you have to condense like all your thoughts and feelings and opinions on something into like 240 characters, because that forces so much of the meaning and like the context just be taken out of it.
Yes.
Back in my day, it was like 120 characters.
Exactly.
It was even more pithy. Yeah, so I think there was a point at some point, Taras, I'm going to let you explain yourself.
Oh boy.
Yes, let's go.
Taras starts sweating.
I had actually forgotten about this, but at some point, I don't know what the sort of misunderstanding was or whatever it was, but I think you said something like, well, Marty has a lot of bad takes, and that's true. I actually do have a lot of bad takes, but like now we're friends and you can explain yourself.
Yeah. I probably need to work on my reading comprehension skills a little bit, you could say. I've chilled out on Twitter, I think, over the last year, and there's definitely the king of bad takes right here. But yeah, I read that tweet and I misinterpreted it as you saying that songs shouldn't be covered, and if they are covered, then they should be almost like 1-to-1, like you shouldn't take them off in their own ways, which is kind of like, yeah, ridiculous now that I'm saying it out loud. But hearing you explain it like this is kind of like makes a lot more sense. I don't know, man, I don't like Twitter.
Well, good. I mean,
I lose is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of clear the air because I know there's probably a couple people in the audience who are like, well, I thought, there are people that listen. I've it's not like I don't notice stuff out on the interweb tubes. And I know that there are some factions out there like, yeah, Marty's a huge egomaniac jerk, and although I agree with that, I think I have more nuance than just that. So anyway, I just wanted to clear that up because I don't care what I almost don't care what you write on Twitter or whatever on the internet at any point. Everybody can change, everybody can have more understanding, but some things just live forever on the internet, and that doesn't mean that's where we all are. So we are moving forward.
Yes, sir.
And frankly, Luke probably has the worst reputation on the internet. Some of his takes are so.
He is simply the worst.
Dude, I'm simultaneously paid by P43 to talk positively about Halo and also like eternally negative. I'm like both at the same time. So
Wait, you too?
Yeah. Oh, wait, you got the check as well, dude. That's so sick.
Yeah.
Oh man, dude, that $700 million check. It was crazy. I opened it. I was like, oh wow, it's not as big
Here's
as the
your
last
check for
one, but
being
still.
positive. And here's your check for hating the game.
Oh man.
Well, to talk about how you guys ended up being the first four, I think I'm going to do a few YouTube specials because there are so many YouTubers out there that I really enjoy watching their content. I really, really do. But you four came to my mind first. And what I think is interesting is that you're all playing Halo Infinite, and you all basically are super positive about the game. So this is, and I don't want to talk about Infinite much here. You guys can talk about it if you want a little bit, but I'm just happy that this is. I just want to make sure everybody understands that this is not ever going to be let's bash 343 or bash Halo Infinite or do any sort of bashing. This is actually. Me having a chance to talk with people who I think are really talented and have made a lot of really cool content over the years, especially the Halo side of things. I know you've all reached out to other games, but who cares about those?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people in the audience are Halo fans, so they'll understand why we're having this thing today. And I want to move into something that I think maybe you guys can tell me if this is true, but I think based on your ages and everything else, and the fact that Halo 3 on the 360 is on the verge of sinking into the sunset.
Don't remind me.
Portal is
Don't remind me. Don't remind me.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because starting. Obviously, I'm amazingly ancient compared to you guys, but as someone who helped create the Halo series, by the time we got to working on Halo 3, it was really the climax of an amazing team of creators, and a 9-10 year journey was culminating with Halo 3, but it hit at a time that I think was perfect for your age group. For some reason, it kind of hit the sweet spot for what I would say you kids.
I will 100% agree with that.
I would love to hear just your thoughts about how because I think Halo 3 is different than Halo 1 for you, because I think you're almost everybody that I've invited, the YouTubers here, are the ones who might have been just too young to really get in at the very, very beginning of Xbox and Halo 1. So
I wasn't too young.
Neither was I.
What? You guys were in grade school.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I was 6 years old when I started playing Halo.
See,
played,
I'm just
uh,
telling you right now, that's too young.
My first Halo game was Halo 3, so I started right as you were saying. It's perfect for my age group, and it 100% was.
Okay. What about Taras, what about you?
I actually can't quite remember what my favorite Halo game is. Or my first Halo game. I do remember though what it was that captured it. So like I was raised Russian Orthodox Christian, so already chanting monastic holy like artsy fartsy stuff is kind of my kryptonite. So like first person shooters I wasn't too keen on. I didn't care. That wasn't until my sister was playing a Halo game and it was like the monastic chanting was the last thing I would expect to hear from a shooter, and it was like, what is that? What are you playing? Yeah, and ever since then, it's just like the bizarre, not dissonance, that's not the right word to use, but the just unexpected
juxtaposition.
Yeah, it's just like, this is the weirdest thing I think I've ever seen. Like, it's a science fiction setting that is like kind of wrapped up in this monastic and holy atmosphere. Like, objectively, the events of what are going on, it's a science fiction story, but it's presented in this weird fairy tale-esque holy way. It's hard to explain, but that's part of actually why Halo 3 grabbed me the most, because I feel like that's when the atmosphere dial was cranked up to 11 with the campaigns, not barring like ODST, but yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting, because I would say one of my superpowers is juxtaposition. I love bringing in something that people aren't expecting. And what I also love about working in video games, especially with Bungie and the talented people at Bungie, is we could paint with such broad strokes. Like fine to be subtle and everything else, but we could just go over the top whenever we felt like it. And that is a lot of fun. And I got to say, for kids 10, 11, 12, early teens, anything sort of over the top sticks. So that's great. It's like Paul Russell said last week, canon is what sticks, which I think is a wonderful phrase. And that's totally true. And so, yeah, good point. And Nick, I sort of interrupted you a little bit, but you say Halo 3 was your your gateway drug?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it was funny about Halo 3. So I picked it up. I went to the game store like every week with my mum when she was out doing the grocery shopping. So I'd hop in and see what was kind of there. And there was a 2-for-1 deal. And I saw Blue Dragon, which was like a super old like Japanese RPG game. And then the other game that I could get 2-for-1 was Halo 3. And I'd never heard of Halo before in my life. And I was like, the green guy on the back of the cover is kind of cool, so I'll get this game. Took it home, played it once, hated it. I absolutely despised Halo 3 the first time I ever played it. Which is kind of funny to think back to now. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. It was like too difficult or something for me. And then I went back a few weeks later and realized I could turn the difficulty down because I was awful at it. So I turned the difficulty down, blasted through the game, and I feel like my eyes got wider or got bigger or something. The first time I played Halo 3 was like a life-changing moment for me. The music, the gameplay, just everything about it was just unlike anything I'd ever experienced in my entire life. And from that moment forward, it was like every day I got home from school, it was just Halo 3 Customs, Halo 3 Forge. What can I do in Halo 3? Like every day was kind of exploring and finding out something new about the game.
Cool. Well, I mean, that's one of the things that just in the last few days, I kind of reminded myself of. Each one of you has done some sort of, at some point in your content creation career, you've made some sort of video that sort of honors your experience and Halo 3. So I thought that'd be fun to sort of talk about. ActMan, you did it. I think it was sort of like the climax of your the question. What is it? Why is something so beautiful? No, you're not the beautiful one.
So bad or so awesome.
Yeah, so awesome. No, I see. A late night. Taras, you're the beautiful one. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that.
It means a lot to
I want to make sure
Thank
the branding stays clear here. So yeah, ActMan is why it's so awesome. And I just rewatched your Halo 3 awesome blah blah blah, and it's just a blast. So tell me a little bit about your experience with Halo 3.
Oh well, it's kind of funny because I don't think I got a 360 until Christmas of 2008. Like I remember the 2008 Christmas because I'm pretty sure it was a white Christmas. Like it snowed that day, and like my mom
It was. I was there.
Yes.
Seattle, yeah.
Yeah. my mom went balls to the walls that Christmas, and I got a 360, and I got like Dragon Age Origins, and I got like 8 games. I think I got like Rock Band and Guitar Hero 3, and the other one was Halo 3. So I didn't actually have it until like a year after it came out. So during that time, it was all about going to my buddy's house and playing Halo 3 because I didn't have a 360 yet. And one of the best weekends I ever had, and I have such vivid memories of it, is spending the night at my best buddy's house, and he had Halo 3. And on Saturday, I spent the night, and then Sunday morning, we woke up and we played Halo 3 matchmaking for like 8 hours and ate a whole thing, like a whole big ass package of Oreos. And I remember walking home feeling like total shit, but just being like, that was worth it. Like, I have so much homework I still have to do, but that was worth it. So, I mean, yeah, I just really loved Halo 3 especially. I didn't have Xbox Live on the original Xbox, so again, that was something that like I had to go to friends' houses to experience. But yeah, like it was just and the funny thing about it, so after the campaign, like at the end of Halo 2, you know, back in 2004, I was like, oh my God, there's going to be Halo 3. I can't wait. And then Starry Night trailer came out in 2006, and I was like, oh my God, this looks like the greatest thing ever. And then when I beat Halo 3 for the first time, I was like, damn, dude, there's never going to be another Halo game after this. Like I was distraught, but it was like such a fitting end. And like I just remember feeling that, and then, you know, here we are.
Believe it was a grand conclusion to an epic trilogy. Somebody said that at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually one of our goals is make all you kids believe that was going to be the end.
Yep.
That was the end of the chat. And you know what? I still think it might have been. Well, no, that'll get me in trouble. But I think it could have been.
It was good closure.
A good closure to basically to the Master Chief Cortana saga. That was our attitude the whole time. Oh, and by the way, you guys probably know this, but just for all the audience out there, one of my memories of it was that it was actually the first game that Bungie finished and released as an independent studio. We had, you know, on July 7th, 2007, we got our independence back, which is I could do a whole show. As a matter of fact, I just was talking to Ed Freeze, if you know who he is. He said he would be willing to do a big stage things. Well, that could be fun to talk to Ed in front of all the peoples. But yeah, it was pretty amazing that Bungie had just gotten its independence, and we sort of wanted, you know, we wanted to send our time out with a bang by having Halo 3 be the last Halo game that we were going to make. But it didn't turn out that way. There's a whole story behind that. But it was our first game as an independent studio.
Thankfully, it didn't turn out that way because ODST and Reach, you know.
Oh, I completely agree. There's a whole story of how I argued that we should not be making ODST, and I was putting my foot down. And
wow.
Yeah.
And then you came out and you were like, fuck it, I'll make this incredible soundtrack. Bring out the jazz music.
Smoky jazz.
In hindsight, I think of all the working creative process, you name it, I think ODST is my favorite memories. I was talking to Jay Wineland about this the other day, and he and I both agree that we probably had the best time working on ODST out of all the Halos that we did. And we actually, there were good times on all the Halos, but ODST, that was just a sweet game for us. So yeah, I was completely wrong. There are many, many things in the development of Halo that I was wrong about. But there are some things that I'm right about. So I'm going to share some of the inside story. Well, there you go. Yeah. Everybody inside the studio, and then also Microsoft marketing is like, Marty, you're not going to do that piano, right? And I'm like, well, yeah, I think I'm gonna. I kind of like it. So anyway.
He was right at the
Funny
end.
story.
My favorite memory, like gaming memory ever, was ODST. Whenever it came out, me and my buddies got together and did like a 4-person LAN and beat the campaign.
really?
We did all the what you call it, the
Vidmasters?
Vidmaster achievements. We unlocked
Classic.
Recon that night, by doing the Vidmasters, and it was like the greatest night of my life as a teenager, I think, because I got Recon so early after ODST came out, hopped in Halo 3. So many people thought I was a Bungie employee because Recon was still so rare and secretive, and I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. And we just played ODST all night, and it was just incredible.
Oh, by the way, everybody in the audience, you're all getting Recon.
Yeah.
Hey.
Check under your seat.
Oh, wait a minute. No, you're not. I can't do that.
Oh, right, I'm out in a bit.
Bro, I still
Oh,
wish they
that's
had-
really mean. I'm sorry. But I mean, is Recon still a thing? Can you still get it? Is it still
It's not like a
something-
rare thing anymore, unfortunately.
Okay.
I,
I didn't
wish
think
they had a rare helmet
Yeah.
or something like you have to prove yourself in some way to earn this. Like
To
just
be
Well,
fair,
what was
243
the,
they do get blue flaming helmet. To be fair,
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's-
I had a flaming helmet at some point, which was completely horrible. If I went online with it and tried to play against anybody, they could see me through walls. They could see me.
Active camouflage?
I'm a
What is that?
camouflage. It was just a flame running around. I mean,
Being
it
an
was-
employee, you couldn't be good at the game. You just had a cool flaming helmet. That was about it.
They were blinded and dumbstruck by the flames. They just couldn't shoot you.
Yes, for the record, all of you who have gotten the Be Like Marty reward medal, that is such a lie. That is such a lie. I did not play Halo that way. That was a joke that Joe Staten insisted that they do. I would mostly get killed first rather than just hang back and not do anything. So I wasn't that bad. I'm just saying, for the record, I was not that bad at playing because I played all the Halo games going all the way back to Chicago for weeks and weeks and weeks. Here's a small thing you probably don't know. My partner Mike, I don't think it's quite possible he's never even picked up a Xbox controller.
Wow.
really,
my God.
Yeah, my God.
It's wild.
we gotta fix that.
Yeah, he is not an actual gamer. I think the only game that he remembers playing was some Atari baseball game back in probably 1982 or something. So yeah, he's just not a game guy. So anyway, there's a long story there, but absolutely spectacularly good composer. So, but he doesn't have to play the game. I play it for him.
You do the
And
play.
then he watches.
Yeah. No, actually, I don't think he's even watched me play the game because on all the Halos, of course, he was never in Seattle. He was in Chicago. So
Oh, so you
he
never
didn't-
composed in the room together?
we did not compose in the room together for any of the Halos ever,
Damn.
except 1999 when we were 99 and the E3 2000 stuff. That was the last time we were together composing Halo music. So we're talking 21 years ago.
Damn.
It's
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah, there's a whole. I can give you the process and the story and the whole thing. But before I do that, Luke, I left you out. You didn't really give us your Halo 3 experience. Take it away.
So, yeah, when Halo 3 came out, I was 10 years old. I was in my final year of what we call primary school in the UK, and I think you call it elementary school in America. I was in the final year of that, and I've been playing Halo since like I was 6 years old. Everyone knew that I was like the Halo guy. So the day it came out, I knew it was waiting for me at home.
Hang on a second. I think I've seen some of your early artwork. It's pretty impressive.
Oh, dude, I gotta find that CD somewhere. Oh my god, with a terrible drawing of the Arbiter and the Gravemind on it. So, for those unaware, at my primary school, one of our classes was like music technology, and for one of our like projects, we had to make our own song. And this was like 2005, so it's not long after Halo 2 came out, and like to say I loved Halo 2 was like an understatement of the century. So I was like, you know what, fuck it, let me make a song about Halo 2. And it's like this song is just awful. Like, it's just a bunch of like random sounds put together. But the whole thing was like, we had to make cover art for the CD as well. And the cover art of mine was this god awful drawing of like the Grave Mind and the Arbiter just like fighting each other or something. I gotta find that at some point. I gotta dig that out somewhere. It's in one of my drawers somewhere. But yeah, going back to Halo 3, like it's nothing like insanely crazy. I remember being at school that day, knowing the game was waiting for me at home, and like just not being able to focus on anything that entire day. I had a guitar lesson after school, and my guitar teacher was a gamer as well. And we just spent the entire time talking about Halo. Like, I don't think I actually played one note. So then went home, played it, fell in love with it. I actually didn't have Xbox Live though until 2008. So I wasn't able to play online until like I think it was May 2008. So a few weeks after it came out on New Year's, I went to my friend's for like a New Year's party, like with like family and stuff, and he had Halo 3 with Xbox Live working, and I literally just sat there the entire night and played Halo 3 matchmaking on his account. And I remember vividly there was one point where like one of the parents came in and said, "Luke, don't you think someone else should be allowed to have a go?" And I just said no and carried on playing. Like I remember that night vividly playing until my eyes stung, which is actually the same thing that happened with Halo 1. When I first played Halo, like first time ever, like I think it was 2002. My first memory playing Halo was getting home from a Toys R Us with it, with one of my friends, putting it in and literally playing until my eyes started to sting. Like I vividly remember my eyes, like every time I blinked, they would sting. And at that point, I was like, right, this is not just going to be like a game that I play for like a week and then just forget about like loads of other ones. Like, I knew at that point that this is going to be a game that would stick with me for a very long time. And here I am 21 years later. Feeling like an absolute boomer, but here we are.
Well, speaking of, here's a little story you just reminded me of. Speaking of eyes stinging, I remember playing Halo with Nathan Fillion, and he had his girlfriend at the time with him, and she had eye drops, and while he would be playing, she would put eye drops in his eyes.
That's like true. That's true, brother.
Yeah.
That's
and
a
I
true
think
ODST right there.
Yeah, she probably paid, fed him, grapes one at a time too while he was playing.
Is there an Evil Dead movie about that?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Here's another funny thing. I was watching some of you guys talking about things. I have a bunch of like little inside knowledge stuff that I'm going to reveal today that I don't think is super well known. And then if it sparks any questions, you should ask me about it. But one of them is, so when Miranda Keyes says "to war,"
Classic.
who asks her the question?
It's Nathan Fillion, right? It's Nathan Fillion's series.
It's Nathan Fillion. Very good. Yes, you win. So a lot of people, I don't think a lot of people know that was Nathan Fillion who was asking the.
It doesn't sound like him.
I know. Well, because I had him do a couple different Marine voices at the time. He was. Yeah, I think he might have been that. There's one other time, very early in the game, where you hear Nathan Fillion. Let's see who can get it. Who's
in Sierra 117, the Brute's holding him up. He's also in Servo Highway. He's the one that's like, Chief's got the right idea. Let's mount up. Get to Voy.
Well, wait a minute, Neo. You're not supposed. You're cheating. You're the.
He's just excited.
Very, very.
Yes, he's the Marine you save, and if you save, he rewards you by having a little spate of dialogue in 117. So yeah, some other things I was thinking about is a couple things. I just want to give you the background on how Halo 3 sort of came together. And there's been a lot of, I think Adam Sussler did a really good video that's like, whatever it is, half hour long, that talks about the struggle of making Halo 3. And a lot of people get a lot of it right, and some things are not exactly right. But one of the things is, yes, there was some problems at the end of Halo 2. As you all know, Halo 2 crunch was horrific, and it did break up some decent working relationships. Like, for example, I don't think it's any secret Marcus and Joe were not super happy with each other, and that sort of led to Joe going off and not being at the very beginning of working on Halo 3. He went off to write the novel. What's the name of the novel with Sergeant Johnson?
Contact Harvest.
Thank you. So he was off doing that, and of course Jason Jones completely disappeared. He went to one of those god-awful countries down below the equator, New Zealand or Australia or something. That was a joke.
One of those god-awful
That was a joke. That was for Neo's benefit. Come on. All right. So I don't want people in the audience to think I actually mean that. He did. He went off, and we actually thought he might not ever work on Halo again, or work for Bungie ever again. We thought he was like so kind of burned out with the whole thing that he was just gonna sort of get his head clear and maybe not do games. So I'm not sure if everybody knows that's how deep he was affected. So what had ended up happening was there was no clear leadership in the studio. And there were like committees doing things, and Max Hoberman was the multiplayer guy, and Marcus Lato was the art director. Joe wasn't there. We had this sort of the head of design was a team: Jamie Griesmer, Paul Bertone, and Rob Stokes, and so it was really kind of interesting to see this sort of amorphous blob. Like, how is this going to get direction? And it was not easy at all. So when you see the Easter egg of Jason Jones with his shirt off, that was actually a picture that came, I think, from some trip he was taking. I think it was New Zealand, believe it or not.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did he know that you guys put that in there, or was that like a nice surprise for him?
Oh, that was a surprise for him. He had no idea.
I love that.
I actually have a really funny story about that Easter egg.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was like a almost little like mythical rumor going around like my entire friend group who played Halo back in the day that Easter egg was a reference to a Bungie employee who went missing, and it was like this almost horror story like thing where it's like it made us like almost kind of scared of this Easter egg because like it's like we're walking on hallowed ground or something, because we didn't know anything about like Jason Jones going away or anything. We just like one of my friends went and said like, oh yeah, it's a reference to a Bungie employee who went missing and was never found, and we were like, oh shit, that's spooky. That's a horror Easter egg.
Well, I think what happened was he certainly didn't intend for any of us to do this, but of course this is what we did. He sent some pictures back of whatever little vacation he was on, wherever tour he was making, and somebody got a hold of the picture of him with his shirt off, standing there, posing. But I don't even think he thought he was posing. I think it was a cameo or whatever I'm trying to say. He did not do that picture on purpose, but somebody got a hold of it. And then the next thing I know, and I should have asked Paul Russell if he remembers, because he probably would remember who made it, but they did a life-size blow-up and put it on foam core. And we would just have it around the studio. So while we're working on Halo 3, you'd go over to the design pod, and there would be Jason Jones, with his shirt off, standing there in the corner. And then you'd go to the art pods, where the artists are working, and the Jason Jones would be there for a while. So he would just make his way around the studio, and it was a big joke. So somebody obviously decided. It'd be interesting to find out which one of the designers decided to put him in. This was back when we could still do Easter eggs without getting approval
Nice.
from any of the higher ups.
Like the Halo 2 bud.
Yeah, once Charlie's Ass came out, and that happened about the same time that Hot Coffee was happening for Rockstar. Microsoft came down like a ton of bricks and said, you cannot put in any Easter eggs without direct written approval from the higher ups. So
was that the ass picture that like cost Bungie or Microsoft like a buttload of money to fix or something?
So to speak, yes. And it was not an Easter egg. I'm going to clear this up right now.
It was like a debug thing, or
it was a debug thing that if somebody made some sort of Neo might know what it is, but there's some thing you can do wrong, and you get a notice, a bug notice saying, this is whatever it was. We used to always talk about weak ass code, which most of our engineers that's how they wrote code. It was always weak ass code. So, okay, that's a joke. Once again, it's a joke. But we would always talk about if something was bad, or like especially for me, I would always say, "What kind of weak ass code is this? This is making this thing happen." So anyway,
yeah, I got a couple of Halo modding devs have tagged me to say, yeah, that's like the arse error that you get.
Yes.
When compiling level geometry and you have some sort of mistake in the file. Cheers to Killzone and Verdump for clarifying that.
It's so great though.
Yeah, so there was so that you get the ass error, and of course, Chucky was always the guy who would drop his pants at the drop of a hat. He would moon people as a joke. So it was not a big deal to see Chucky's ass in the code. So it was deep in just the tools and for the coders. That was it. What happened was Microsoft decided, in their great wisdom, to release Halo 2 for Vista. And we were, of course, hard at work. I believe we were. Did Halo 2 for Vista? I think it might have come out after Halo 3. Is that right? Does anybody remember?
It was like April. It was April. I think it was April 2007 or like June. It was 2007 for sure. Let me check.
Okay, so it was a product that Microsoft wanted to do to help Vista, to help people buy Vista or something, which was wildly successful. So we had almost nothing to do with it. We just we were in the middle of, number one, getting free from Microsoft, so becoming independent again, and number two, part of the deal was we had to make Halo 3, and that was not an easy thing. So we were all concentrating on making Halo 3. Meanwhile, there was a separate team at Microsoft that was porting Halo 2 to Vista. And they decided, I guess, at some point to allow some of these tools to be exposed, so to speak, to whoever was working with it. And we had no idea that they left the ass error in the code. It was not an Easter egg. It was something that was, of course, quickly uncovered by the people who got it and were working with it. And it should have been something that was easily taken care of, but because the federal government was up in arms about the hot coffee Easter egg, which actually was an Easter egg for Grand Theft Auto, Microsoft got caught up in that, and it was like, oh yes, Microsoft is shipping a game that has secret nudity in it, and they had
Fox News gets a hold of that.
Exactly. Yep.
Wait, so what was this hot coffee thing? I think I've heard of it before. It rings a bell.
That was the Easter egg where you could have sex with a prostitute in San Andreas, and it was like a scene in the game, like an interactive scene in the game.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought that was already part of the game anyway. I thought that was like part of GTA.
Well, that was also when like Jack Thompson was a thing.
Yep. Yeah, this is when, these video games were going to completely, rot all of your minds, which frankly now, years later, I think it probably has to some extent.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is why I'm here.
It's why we're all here.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So to go back to and I'll let you guys all start chiming in a minute, but I was just going to say, to go back to like the leadership thing, the thing that I think was missing the most was the solid storytelling from the beginning being part of the development process, because Joe was not intimately involved from the very beginning. Now, Joe did come back, and by the way, even engineering Joe's coming back and being part of the writing team, a couple of us were like, we need Joe. Jim McQuillan, who was the guy who did all the Vidocs starting in Halo 2, had come up and became a producer on Halo 3, and he really did some great political maneuvering to get Joe back to be basically the lead writer on the story.
Thank
But by the time Joe came back in with as the writer, I just sort of handed Joe, well, here's the plot. Here's all the plot points. And he was not super happy with what he was given. He was like, Marty, this is just a series of plot points. And I'm like, yeah, Joe, that's how I work. I just want to know where my high points are for the music. And I said, you got to make something good out of it. So in hindsight, it'd be great to have Joe on the show sometime to see how his impression is of all this. But
that would be awesome.
That would be
awesome.
Yeah, he and I always worked well together. We always had a good time. We love each other, literally. And then, of course, there's always a little hate, but not really hate. Yeah, he really made the best out of that. He started writing, and he up until then, though, Rob Stokes as one of the designers. So the design pod was Rob, Paul, and Jamie for the most part. And they didn't always get along great. They were all super, opinionated designers, super talented, but they all had their own opinions about things. And since there was no, really clear leadership, there sometimes was tension. And they finally decided amongst themselves to, like, Jamie was going to concentrate on sandbox, Paul was going to be mostly level design, and Rob was going to be more involved in the story. When Joe came back, then it was like, now it's time to politically make Rob and Joe work together as the writers. And that wasn't happening in a really, really good way. And this is another thing that Jim McQuillan helped fix. He got one of his writer friends from Hollywood, a guy named Peter O'Brien, which almost nobody talks about Peter O'Brien, but he was super instrumental in sort of smoothing everything out and helping to make the story of Halo 3 be as good as it is. And I kind of agree with I think I've seen all of you talk about how Halo 3 is not necessarily the best of all the Halo stories, but I can tell you that however good it is, it's because of this getting Peter O'Brien in to help smooth things over. So, and of course there was a point where we cut levels and story had to adapt.
Honestly,
quickly.
the reason why it might not be viewed as like the best Halo story is just because Halo 2 exists. Like, for no other reason than like Halo 2 is just kind of unbeatable.
Halo 2 sets the bar extremely high.
See, I think the problem with me, I think Halo 3 is my favorite story, but nostalgia is such a powerful tool that I played Halo 3 before I played Halo 2, so I can't help but just view Halo 3 as, the ultimate story, but I also understand why Halo 2 is so incredible.
Well, I think it's also...
Well, I think that's interesting. I don't know, like, Taras, how do you feel about a Halo 3 story in comparison to the others?
I was going to say, Halo 3 story, it's really hard for me to separate it, actually, from some of the memories that I had. Like, nostalgia, I think, is like this thing that's thrown around like it's some kind of negative, and I actually think nostalgia is incredibly vital to why some people like things, and just accepting that is way better than trying to pretend it's not. I have a lot of nostalgia for Halo 3, especially nostalgia for, like, the memories of doing that story, because I played it actually co-op, and whether intentional or not, the kind of dreamlike, almost detached way that, like, people talked, the way the camera worked and stuff, the fact that it wasn't so capital N narratively driven, I think is what helped make it a very good co-op experience. Just kind of like cheering when the music did a cool thing, or when somebody posed or said "to war," which sounds really cool. So it's just like like Halo 3, in my opinion, is probably the best co-op Halo game. Like, at least neck and neck with Combat Evolved, I think.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because it's funny because you guys probably, this has been talked about before, and I think CJ, Jim got CJ on camera saying, "Do I really want to give Marty credit?" But that's actually relatively accurate. And once again, I take credit for what I would call major plot points, and these are not good story things; they're just plot points. I just didn't like the fact that the original script that I was being asked to consider, it wasn't even a script, it was really like a story treatment. didn't have certain things, like it didn't have Ron Perlman coming back, it didn't have Miranda, and nobody died. And I'm like, how are we going to end this, grand trilogy if there's no death? We absolutely have to have death. So
I was gonna say, didn't you kill Johnson? Like, wasn't that your fault?
Yeah, I killed Johnson. I completely 100% take credit for that, and I fought for it. And by the way, my favorite thing about the entire Halo series is the friendly AI.
Oh yeah.
I love the Marines. I loved how the Marines came to be. I love how I was able to direct the actors who were all the Marines. I loved how we were able to work on getting all the Marines fighting alongside you to make you feel like you were the toughest, baddest ass person in the universe, and they just loved you. Yeah.
He's killing the Marines.
See? This is why I hate that. Don't kill the Marines.
Killing the Marines.
What the hell are you doing?
Killing the Marines is a lot of fun because it's just like a moment where everyone.
Me and one of my friends have got this like
everybody's inner psychopath.
Me and one of my friends have this like 15-year-long like trend now. Whenever we play Halo 3 and get to Crow's Nest, the first thing we do is get to that balcony where Miranda goes and just unleash on the Marines and see how long we can survive.
See, I like keeping the Marines alive.
Dude, every time... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, something that I always try to do is Halo 2 Regret specifically is the one for me where I'm like, all right, I gotta keep the Marines alive as long as I can. That's like the achievement I try to get every time I play Regret.
Yeah, every time I play the Storm in Halo 3, it's like it's part of the mission for me now where if I don't do it, I have to restart. Before we charge the turret at the very end, I have to have as many Marines as I possibly can, give them all the best weapons I can possibly find, and then we all charge the turret at the very end of the mission together. And if they're not all alive by the end of that, I restart. I can't, I've failed the mission then.
Well, here's what's funny is, see, I had done good, I had directed and even been a voice in some of the Myth games, and I think I'd done Oni and some other games, so I knew how important voice acting could be, and how people could sort of attach to these things, to these characters. Initially with Halo Combat Evolved, the Marines were just cannon fodder. Nobody really cared, and I said, look, we got to give these Marines personality.
I cared.
Well, no, wait a minute. I mean, I'm talking about the designers.
Oh.
And even the storytelling people. It's like there's cinematics and there are mission. So there's the three basic levels of dialogue in any script for a Halo game. There's the cinematic script. There's which is where the main story is sort of told, and then there's what we call mission dialogue, which ended up getting more sophisticated with the vignettes. We called it vignettes, like the in-game scripted events had specific dialogue in it, and then of course there's the combat AI dialogue, and you have AI, friendly AI, and enemy. So people it wasn't jarring when one kind of dialogue was happening and then another kind of dialogue was happening. So the characters were all of one whole storytelling experience. But for Halo 1, I kept saying, look,
did he cut out?
Oh, is that Marty cutting out?
Oh, did I cut out?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Am I here?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just going to say the Halo 1 Marines it's like I wanted them to all, for you to be attached to them enough where you felt like they each had an individual character. So here's the young scared Marine, here's the Italian Marine, here's the Hispanic Marine,
Chip Stubbo,
Johnson,
Chip Stubbo,
Basenti, all that stuff. So, and I thought, well, that will at least give us some coverage on potentially having some personality, so we could write the same kinds. They would all have the same triggers, but they would say different lines with slightly different personality. And I kept telling people that, hey, you know what? I think players are going to start to get attached. They're going to have a favorite Marine. They're going to love the Aussie. They're going to love Sergeant, Stacker. And so many guys at Bungie were like, nobody's going to care about that. And I'm like, no, I really think they are. So, and of course, I'm not the only one who realizes this stuff, but I did care about the Marines, and I loved how living they felt. And one of the very first times I saw this happen, I think it was I had a beta version of the game at my house. It was still, I forget. I had a friend come over and play. It was a friend from Microsoft, but he wasn't on the team. He was some other part of Microsoft, and he played Truth and Reconciliation. And he loved first person shooters, and he started playing it. And he, did all that opening bit. He started to go around the corner, and boom, he shoots. I think he sniped the grunt in a turret or something, and the music starts there. So then he played through that whole next level, and I could see he was really getting into it. And then he got done with that encounter, and he was about to go around the next bend in the little mountain there, and he looked around and he goes, "Oh my gosh, where are my Marines?" And I said, "Yeah, I think they all died." And he put his controller down and he looked absolutely crushed, sort of like Ubernick, sort of like Nick. And he said, "I got to start the mission over. I have to start over."
Exactly.
And I said, "No. I wanted to tell him, don't start over, because if you just he was like one step away from the trigger volume that would spawn all the same Marines back again in the next level, in the next chunk of the map." And I was going to just say, when I would watch people play the game, I tried to say as little as possible because I was really interested in how they responded. So I didn't tell him, but he was literally one step away from respawning all those Marines again. But instead, he turned off the game, started over, because he felt so guilty about losing the Marines. And so that was a lesson I learned right away. It's just like, people are going to care, and they're gonna try to do this without losing people. And I knew at that moment that there was something cool about how the gameplay felt to people. So
yeah, I'm that way with the elite. I'm that way with the elites in Halo 2 and Halo 3.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like Marines, kind of like. Even though, yes, I will have fun killing them on Crow's Nest and Pillar of Autumn. I'll try and do it with Marines, but if I have one elite die, especially on Uprising and Halo 2, instant reset, back to the start again. I can't do it.
Get those
How do you guys
white
handle
elite
it
buddies.
How do you guys handle it in Legendary? Because that's insane.
Oh, I have to forego those rules in Legendary.
Yeah,
They
right.
got
On
those
Xperia, you're like,
Legendary.
there has to be sacrifices.
Yeah, exactly.
When on the topic
I
of
recently,
killing the Marines, I like
yeah.
that the game respects the player's agency, and it allows you to basically go off script, because a problem that I have with the modern Halo games is it has removed the ability to kill Marines. Like, the story has so much importance that it overrides what you want to do. I like those moments where it's just like you kind of lose your mind for a second and break the narrative by just shooting your Marines, and then the checkpoint resets when you get killed, and all is forgiven, and the story continues. Everyone gets up and does another take because you just fumbled your lines badly.
Yeah.
One thing I liked is whenever you killed too many Marines, they turn against you then. In Halo 4, for example, there's one part of one of the missions where you take off in a Pelican, and if you kill enough Marines, there's Spartans in the room. So all the Marines and the Spartans will then try and take you down. And I think the idea of that is hilarious, because they would never turn against Chief, but if you're Chief and you turn against them, then what are they going to do?
Yeah, like I said before, I played the game at every possible development. I mean, I was always playing the game because as audio director and embedded inside of Bungie, I was, all the way back to Chicago, I was right there playing the game, even on the PC at first. So I know everything about how we develop. But by the time we got to the point where, and this was kind of far along in development, because we finally got the opening cutscene where Captain Keys,
Yeah.
good to see you, Master Chief, and that whole scene, and then he hands you the pistol and says one of my favorite lines, "I don't keep it loaded." Like, what? Why don't you keep it loaded?
The ship being invaded by aliens and you don't keep your pistol loaded.
And I remember I was sort of like, why are we saying this here? And I think that was Jamie's mission. And he's like, you know what? The very first thing you do when we give you the pistol is you're holding it in a position where you could shoot Captain Keyes in the head. And I'm like, oh, okay. He says, I just don't want he didn't want the first thing that the player does is to pull the trigger and kill Captain Keyes.
You have to go outside and then come back to do that.
Well, and then so sure enough, I go out, I'm playing the game and I'm sure I'm not the first one to do this, but I remember going out and, suddenly I find ammo and I kill the first couple of grunts or whatever. And it took me a while to say, well, wait a minute. What if I go back in and shoot Captain Keyes and everybody on the bridge? And I don't remember how it came up, but that was something that Jamie was aware of. And at first it was going to be, as soon as you leave the bridge, the door closes behind you and you can't get back in. But that wasn't satisfying. So that's when we started having that discussion about, like, what do you do with the player who doesn't do what you want them to do, but does what they have every right to do, which is go back in and start killing people. Like, we didn't want to just say, right. we wanted to keep that as something that's a possibility because we wanted it to be open. But, that's when we were like, Jamie came up with this great way of kind of rewarding you for doing it, but at the same time penalizing you. Your game would be over. It was going to stop there on the bridge eventually. You were going to get, all these Marines who were, invulnerable, that they were deathless, and they were going to come running in and they were going to hunt you down and kill you. And what that turned into, of course, was we were all trying to see how long we could stay alive, which is this little mini game, which I thought was great. And I think that was why Jamie put the Meg Easter egg in there. He made it even better. So you do all of that work and the last thing you see when you die in that room is the M. So that's all Jamie. One of these days I'll have Jamie. If I can ever convince Jamie to get on here, he'll
that'd be awesome.
See, that's the mini game that we do on Halo 3, where you just kill all the Marines in crow's nests and see how long you can survive there. Like,
no, that's what you do, Luke. I'm not a psychopath.
one day, Nick.
Or use the Scarab. Use the Scarab as your own war platform. Start killing Marines from it as it's stomping around.
Oh, I wish. The Storm mobile Marine killing platform.
Nick, you say you're not the psychopath, but I've seen you play multiplayer. I think of all the people in this room, are you the most deadly multiplayer guy?
I will say, I think I'm probably the best one in here, but they're obviously going to argue against that.
Well, Nick, we've never 1v1'd ever. We've literally never 1v1'd, especially not for a video.
Everyone, Google Ubernick and Xperia 1v1, and you will see everything you need.
Don't Google that. Trust me. If you Google that, bad stuff happens.
It's clickbait.
Yeah.
Not only that, but it's the very last thing I just saw before we started this show.
I saw your comment, so I'm glad you managed to.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I saw your comment.
Because it was way down the list, but like, by the way, 1v1 is one of my favorite ways of playing. I remember. Even on Halo 1, I had to convince some of the other guys in the studio. I'm like, hey, play me 1v1. Let's play on, what was the name of that winter map on Halo 1? Sidewinder. So I would say snipers on Sidewinder and turn all the stuff off. So motion tracker off. And that's a game, and it would be first 1 to 3 kills wins. That's how we did it. We just made up the rules, right? There was no... But what was so ridiculous about that is Sidewinder is so big, and with no motion tracker and anything else, the game could just last for days. I mean, it was ridiculous. So, but you had to like make the decision to go hunting, right? You just couldn't sit in one spot because the person might never find you. But that made I just had a lot of fun playing that kind of game. I always thought we should give the players that kind of like super tense, just scare yourself constantly game 1v1.
You know that,
but it really did. It
wonder.
Made my pulse go up.
What was the decision making like behind creating Forge? Like, where did the idea of allowing players to make their own maps come from?
That's a great question. I should get some of the guys on. So I think during Halo 2 development, that's when the idea for Forge and saved films. Remember, Bungie did saved films on Myth. saved films were the same kind of thing, where it was actually saving all the game, the player input, not actually video. So you could physically just have the game play back. So we had that. We always had that for testing. We had those tools, and you could have a free flying camera. We had all these different things. You could even, we finally had it so you could take screenshots to make bug reports and things like that. And we started realizing, I think during Halo 2 development, that these are spectacularly cool tools that we should release for everybody. And of course, I think Bungie had a history of giving those kind of tools out on the Myth, maybe even all the way back to Marathon. I don't remember. Who here knows? Probably some.
Even way back to Marathon, there's always been like saved films and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think with Marathon Infinity, that was when they were like, all right, we're giving out Forge and Anvil, which are the tools that they use to create maps and the game's physics and like graphics and audio. So that was like where everything started.
We didn't.
Oh, so that's where Anvil comes from then.
Yes.
Like Forge Lego. The more you know.
Very cool.
And these were not my decisions or anything, but I know that like working on the dev team and having those tools always at our fingertips, to the point where like even some of the test maps that I had made, just test sound and other things. I remember having one huge, just open grass map that was just gigantic, and it was where me and Jay were able to test all the big vehicles and AI reactions and a whole bunch of stuff. We just throw people in there. And I remember at some point, I think I might have talked about this already, but on one of those test maps, it was just a big wide open thing. It had invisible walls at the edges of the maps, and things could bounce off of it, including dead bodies. So we had this really fun thing where we would like shoot rockets and grenades at dead Marines until they bounced off the other side, and that was a game. It was sort of like soccer. Who got the Marine to the other side? So it was, and I remember just because of Chucky physics, it wasn't Havoc physics on Halo 1. There was just a lot of funny stuff that happened. So we all realized that if we gave these tools to the fans, then it would just be opening Pandora's box, and it would be great. It would be wonderful to see what happens. And one of the things I wanted to tell you guys about Halo 3 is there was a point late in development, I remember the producer came to me and said, looks like we're going to have to ship without theater mode and Forge.
Oof.
Ooh. And
Wait, are you talking about Halo 3 or Infinite?
No, Halo 3
or Halo 5.
Back in my day, when you shipped something, there was no patching, there was no giving more features later. You had to ship the features; all had to be there in the box. So
the only patches, honestly, in Halo 2, you guys patched it with the map pack, because I remember you guys fixed the rocket sword glitch.
Yeah, there were. You could fix small things, but you couldn't give an entire new set of features without sort of starting over from scratch. So when there was this moment, just like in Halo 1, we almost didn't ship with multiplayer, which is, I can't even imagine the history that would have happened without that.
Oh man,
the butterfly effect of that would have been crazy. Like the effect that would have had on like various other games and like the industry as a whole.
Yeah, but yeah, not having I just remember I wasn't the only one, but I was certainly one of many that just said, no matter what, we have to figure out how to ship theater mode and Forge, because Halo 3 was the next big step, and those were two huge giant steps in how the game was going to be received and how it was going to just have legs, right? It was we wanted it to be more than, well, I finished the campaign, I played on co-op, I played some multiplayer, now I'm done. We wanted people to there's got to be a reason to keep playing Halo 3. And we knew theater mode and Forge were going to do it, which is one of the reasons why I was super disappointed in what Destiny 1 was all about. I just could not believe, well, I'm going to get myself in trouble, but
easy, you should go.
Easy. There were things about Destiny 1, which is not a shock to anybody, that I was not happy with. And one of them was, once again, there was no friendly AI. The Ghost was not AI. Where there was supposed to be friendly AI, there were supposed to be Marines that fought alongside you, or fellow Guardians that were, and I was told at the time, like, no, this is a different kind of game because it's multiplayer and it's always online, and you're going to run into other people. And I'm like, yeah, that does not replace the Aussie and Sergeant Johnson. I'm sorry, guys, it just doesn't hit the same spot.
Nothing has replaced Sergeant Johnson. You know, nothing has yet to do that.
That's
I had
interesting.
Lasky in Halo 4, who was like kind of there, but not quite.
Lasky was great, but he was a very different character archetype to Jonathan.
And he wasn't in the game. He was stuck in the cutscenes.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, see, I know this is going to sound like what you said before about nostalgia, I think is true, but there's some reason why nostalgia, it has an emotional resonance, right? But there are also some truth there. Like I look back on those games that we made, and I play games today, and I'm sort of like, yeah, there feels like there's something or several things that are missing from some of today's games that I don't understand why people didn't pick up on. So
yeah, my fiance said something pretty fantastic actually about games, because she kind of like experiencing the headache right now that currently is Halo Infinite's launch state. She said, like, I don't get it. Like, it seems like every game now, just kind of on launch, it's like, here, you can have it. It's broken, but you can have it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take a little break. I'll be right back. So I'm going to mute. You guys keep talking about, because what you're talking about, I think, is fascinating. So keep talking about what
this
you
era
think.
of modern gaming.
Yeah,
Modern
gaming, and what's missing.
Well,
Everything.
you know, it's kind of funny because someone posted, there was a tweet, someone just said, I missed when Halo games launched complete. And it got me thinking, like, dude, that's kind of like every modern game. You wish, it's almost like even Doom Eternal, right, launches and it's functional and it's fun, but then you look at its multiplayer and it's like, who is still playing Doom Eternal's multiplayer? Who played it for longer than like a week and a half?
Doom Eternal's multiplayer was the most bare bones experience ever, though.
Yeah, it was
I
fun,
honestly forgot
It
even
was
had
fun. I had a great time with it, but it was
but that's all it was. You know what I
yeah.
mean?
It was
always,
just fun for a little bit.
It's always like an issue, more specifically with like multiplayer games. It's like, is it complete? Is it fun? And does it function properly? And I feel like modern game releases that are multiplayer based, they usually have one of those things, and then the other two have to get patched in over time. Like Battlefront 2, Black Ops Cold War crashes after every other match. The cutscenes are like a jarbled mess when you're watching them. Battlefield 2042 doesn't have a fucking scoreboard.
Battlefield
You know what I
2042.
mean?
The game doesn't have a lot of stuff.
It doesn't
That's
have a
what-
scoreboard?
Like,
No,
No,
it doesn't have a scoreboard. It doesn't have voice like chat. It doesn't have a
What?
server browser. Like,
Damn, I didn't know that.
Get this. They removed it because of toxicity.
No way.
I
A
don't-
scoreboard?
I don't know
Yeah.
if I believe that though. I
No,
feel like
that to me sounds like an excuse.
yeah, that sounds like an excuse. That sounds like the UI team
Exactly.
didn't have it ready for
What?
launch.
No, I feel like DICE is that out of touch now that they think a game with a scoreboard is like that's somehow toxic.
A scoreboard is
like,
needed to make myself feel bad to see how bad I'm doing. I'm not going to look at someone else's score and be like, oh, well, they suck more than I do, so.
or feel good.
Or
But-
feel
Yeah,
good.
also good. Yeah, like, oh, I just got 50 kills.
Or
in
to
the
be
game.
like, hey, this guy is 300-0. I wonder if he's cheating.
100% accuracy.
the scoreboard
Yeah.
for me is like my own measure to improve myself and be like, oh, I gotta up my game here. Personally,
It also just helps because, like, like the Battlefield games, especially, like DICE really has to pick up the pace when it comes to cracking down on hackers. Like, you usually know when someone's hacking when they have 2 deaths and 144 kills,
Yeah.
especially in a
just like-
Battlefield game.
I mean, Halo Infinite it makes me wonder: is it more a byproduct of modern gaming, or is it just like
Modern gaming.
is it something else? You
Well,
know
I don't
what I mean?
think modern gaming is this like sickness that's like you caught modern gaming, your
Oh,
game
no,
is
it's got
unfinished.
modern
It is a
gaming.
plague.
I feel like it's just this like widespread issue of like studios are too big and they're trying to do too many things and the organization isn't there. So when it comes time to assemble the game together, they don't have enough time to actually get the game done.
Yeah.
Well, this is what's interesting to me, and of course, I started at a game company called Bungie, which was 25, 30 people, and then ended up being whatever 800. Now it's 1,000. I don't know what it is. So I know what it's like to transition through having huge teams that are trying to do giant AAA things, and that is a tough transition. But I honestly, there's something about walking away from features that you've given the fans and not doing them because, well, now it's too hard. And one of the things with, for example, saved films is the concept of determinacy. I don't know how many people, I bet you Decon knows what I'm talking about. It has to do with like if you have indeterminate things in your game, and I don't mean just you can have random stuff like random dialogue playing and all sorts of random things happening. But there was a point where when you had a saved film in the in the Bungie days of Halo, it would play back the actions on the screen and the physics and everything would be exactly the same way. That's why you could go back and stop it and see where the traffic cone was flying and all that stuff. Eventually, because of the internet or something, somebody decided that indeterminate was a better thing. But the trade-off was, because we had all this indeterminacy built in, you couldn't do saved films anymore. And I remember going, well, that's not good. Like, you shouldn't take that cool thing away just because you think indeterminacy is better. Like, I just never made sense to me. And so, the fact that saved films and then the screenshots that you could make from the saved films, and you could freeze something and rotate the camera and do anything you wanted. I mean, what you fans did with those images went way beyond. I don't even know how many billions of images were generated from that, but it's like, how do you walk away from that feature? How do game developers not just say, of course we're going to include this?
Yeah,
and it's crazy to me as well how like so much of the foundation of modern like YouTube and gaming on YouTube is because of those tools. Like, so many big YouTubers now started out making machinimas and Halo 3 with theater, or started out making guides in campaign with campaign theater, and there are those features that nowadays like either don't exist or exist in a barely functional state. It's just insane, because without them, like, I honestly, the whole like YouTube gaming sphere would be completely different.
I mean, the very first Red versus Blue episode, did that come out before Halo 2?
Yeah,
like 2003.
Wow.
That was pretty much like the progenitor of like these in-game quote-unquote cutscenes that fans came up with. If I'm not mistaken, I don't remember anything like that with like Half-Life, or Gary's Mod came out later, and SFM and all this. But it really is kind of like, it's a viral thing in a sense. You know, you think about
totally
all
viral. That
all
was
those
a viral
Halo
thing.
3 montages where they cut away to some in-game like a different angle in the montage, or like those clips when someone ricochets a sniper shot off of 5 surfaces and headshots a guy. It's all like,
I literally did that in 2008. Like that, what you just described.
yeah, it's just,
I mean, you even look at the community features of it as well, like with Bungie.net and with Bungie favorites and stuff. Like before Bungie.net got shut down a few months ago, I was going through some of like the top screenshots, and these screenshots had like 4.5 million downloads. And it's just like, it's like a picture of an elite running away from a chopper, and 4.5 million people have downloaded it. It is insane. The ecosystem that system built within Halo 3 was unreal.
No other games really do that, to my knowledge. No other first.
Call of Duty tried. Call of Duty tried. You remember Black Ops 1, where they almost like one-to-one copied they like one-to-one copied the Halo 3 file share system and UI, and it looked identical. They had theater, they had
Their
like
theater was
screenshots.
amazing, though. Their dolly cam was dope.
Dude, the dollies in that was so sick. And then in BO2, they added the like cameras and the lighting and stuff as well, which is really cool.
It was great.
I don't think New Call of Duty has that. New Call of Duty, do they have theater mode? I don't even know.
No, they ditched it a while ago. Black Ops Cold War was the last one.
Yeah, Cold War was the last one.
And that was more of a legacy holdover because they were just using their old engine. Like, it didn't work, and they never bothered to fix it.
Oh.
So I could barely say that that's a feature in that game.
Yeah.
Well, I can tell you, like, one of the arguments when we almost didn't ship theater mode and Forge in Halo 3, one of the arguments was it's hard to do. It's hard to perfect. There are so many different ways it can break. It's really hard to test all the different things that can break, and it's just really, really expensive to develop these things. And here's the key: there's no direct monetary reason to do it. There was no payment that came in because these features were in the game. And those of us who thought you can't think that way. We screamed about it and said we need to figure out a way to ship that, because it's not about charging for extra or figuring out a way to get more money. But in the big picture, you're going to have so many more fans that spend so many more hours playing our game for so many more years that of course it ends up being monetarily advantageous.
You're future-proofing your community.
Yes, but you couldn't go to a boardroom and make a chart of where the dollars came in from that argument, and I think that's probably why nothing like that happened with Activision and Destiny. That's probably why a lot of game companies don't do it, and I think a lot of that element has been replaced by, I don't even know if it exists. You guys probably know better than I do what exists on the Xbox. But on PlayStation, of course, you hit the button that plays back just an MP4 of whatever you just did. Mm-hmm. And then you can edit that and save that and share that and all that. But that's just MP4s of gameplay. That's just so not the same. It's so not the same. It drives me nuts.
Somebody in my community tried unironically arguing that was the new replacement for theater mode, a mode with a free cam. Like,
they're very different.
Well, to be fair, PlayStation 5's like photo mode is one of those like that's very cool to be able to, like, in Horizon Zero Dawn or in Demon Souls. I mean, that's one of the coolest things PS5 has going for it.
What is it? I don't know what that is.
It's like a photo mode. In
that's
pretty much
exclusive to
most
PlayStation.
games. Well, but like, at least in terms of like most games, that you can just like hit a button and then you enter the photo mode, whether it's Demon Souls or Ratchet and Clank or whatever.
Wow.
Yeah, and then
is it a free camera? Can you compose your own shots, or is it just?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Wow.
cool.
Let me
See,
Death Stranding has a really good one as well.
I can share some of my screenshots I took from Demon Souls. Let me find them.
Excellent. So does that exist on? Does Xbox have a feature like that too, or not? Or is
it's not a platform exclusive feature. Like, it's a thing that the developers include in their game, a little photo mode tool.
Yeah, some PC games use a technology called NVIDIA Ansel, I believe, which is really similar, and it also allows you to do things like you can take a 360-degree photograph, and then, like, later on, you can kind of view the screenshot in VR, and you can actually look around the world based on the point that was captured. There's some really great stuff around
Where can I post these screenshots just so you guys can see?
If you put them in the green room chat, I can copy them over to stage chat for you.
Okay, I'll put them. I'll find the best ones, and then we can just.
Okay, so getting back to Halo 3 for a second, I thought I would like just expand on some of the things that I've seen you guys touch on, and give you just a little insight into it, and then you can ask me whatever you want. I just sort of had a random list of things that I thought were fun. One was And some of this, of course, is going to be me rewriting history and taking credit for things I probably shouldn't take credit for, but that's just the way I am. I'll let everybody else have, Jamie Griesmer should get his own Discord channel, then he can take credit for stuff, so I don't care. As the sound designer, one of the things that always bugged me was how many times the artists would make just beautiful looking lush things, grass growing way up high and plants and bushes and tree branches and all this stuff. And of course, as a player, I would run through them and they wouldn't move. They were just all, I would just clip right through. Nothing, there was no reaction. And I kept saying that breaks the immersion for me. Immediately I know I'm in a game because I'm just walking through this tree or I'm walking through a bush. It doesn't even make sound. And that would drive me crazy. So everybody on the team, especially the artists and the environment artists, always knew that I was going to complain about not hearing the plants. And it was always like, Marty, we can't put collision on every plant. The frame rate would go to 0. I mean, and I'm like, I don't care. I want collision on my plants. What do you do? Don't make the plants then, So, and of course, then I'd have these arguments, and these were not actual arguments. They were discussions, but I would say, come on, guys, we got to figure this out. But I still remember on 117, it was this lush jungle, and it just was driving me crazy. Like, yes, you can jump over the logs, and you run into the walls of the thing, and you can melee stuff, but every single plant had no response. And they would argue with me, no, that it looks too beautiful. It has to be this jungle forest thing. And, we had grass footsteps and mud footsteps and wet footsteps. So we knew all the surface types, but I couldn't get anything out of the stuff that was growing all the way up into my face. So finally, the compromise was, okay, Marty, we're going to make a few different kinds of rubber tree plants and some other things, and we'll give a few of them collision. Very simple collision detection. So if you melee them, they'll move. If you go through them, they'll move. And that also allowed us to put sounds on them. And that was the compromise. Of course, in my ideal world, every single blade of grass would have collision. So, which I was insane.
Have you ever heard that story about?
It's funny you say that about the trees, because Halo 4 also had a thick jungle level, and the first thing I noticed about it, and I compared it to 117, which is not a single plant in that whole forest responds to the player. It's all static.
Yeah. And see, these are unless you have like a crazy person like me just going to the mat trying to insist there's got to be a way to fix this. I mean, we would have trigger volumes through some of the plants, so at least they would create brushy noises as you went through them, even though there was no physics. So I thought, well, if a few plants have physics and noises, and some other things have just noises, the player is going to start to believe that everything is responding to them. Because it turns out that won't be the most important thing to you. You won't be sitting there meleeing every plant you see. That's not the game. You will just start playing the game. But once you establish that this is a real world and wind is blowing and plants respond to you, then you're just going to go out and play the game, and you're going to feel like I'm in a real world. And those and think about it. That's a game that we made. What is this now? 15 years ago? I mean, come on. Yeah. How is it that not the amount of data that can be handled by today's engines, the fact that I just played a game the other day, and of course, absolutely no sound as I'm running through these tall, wheat fields and grass and everything else. No sound of any, I'm not brushing past anything. And I'm like, how is it 15 years goes by and people aren't at least trying to fix that? Anyway, that's another.
I do remember that being like one of the defining moments of like, this is the future. Like, there's those moments in my gaming memory, like the first time I saw Oblivion and like the wide open world, I was like, this is the future. The first time I saw those Resident Evil 4 cutscenes, I was like, this is the future. And the first time I like whacked a tree in Halo 3 and saw it move, I was like, this is the future. You know?
Well, you did tell the story, and it's an absolutely true story because Ryan Payton told me this himself, but he was working for Hideo Kojima, and the very first thing that Hideo asked him to do when he was playing Halo 3 for Hideo in Japan was go up to that bush and hit it. And when it responded and it made noise, basically Hideo was just like, okay. And he got up and left the room. He was like, okay, the gauntlet has been thrown. These guys are doing that. And I remember when he told me that, I felt so good about it because it's one of those little tiny details that only game developers would even think about. But, Hideo immediately, he saw the jungle and it's like, oh yeah, I don't think it's a jungle. Hit something. And it's like, oh my God, that worked. Okay, I got to go back
I
to
was
work.
just about to say that story because when you start talking about the bushes and the trees, that's the first thing that came to mind. Because
I actually have that post. If you want me to read it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go on.
So
From Ryan?
Yeah. Ever since I played Halo CE, I've been a massive fan of the franchise. When Halo 3 came out, I had it overnighted from Seattle to Tokyo. And the next day I brought it to the studio and made sure that everybody, including Hideo, looked closely at the game. I knew Halo 3 was a landmark game for the industry. Some folks were really interested in the gunplay, others were more interested in the graphics. Hideo gets motion sickness, so he wasn't able to look at the game much. I remember he asked me to shoot a plant near the start of the jungle level. When it reacted, he nodded in affirmation and walked off. I remember wanting to show him more of the game.
It's hilarious because he'd done MGS5 a few years ago, or MGS3, sorry, which was in a jungle, and it had going back and playing that, the jungle in that reminded me a lot of Sierra 117 in how reactive it is and how responsive it is to your movements and to shooting it and stuff. It's very similar.
Throwback
to me, it reminds me a little bit of the Beach Boys doing Pet Sounds, which was an album that came out, I think, in early '67. And that made the Beatles want to do Sgt. Pepper. And that's just, I don't know, maybe that's a stupid analogy, but there's this competitiveness between, game developers, and you'd be surprised that it's like the only thing Hideo needed to see was, oh, you guys are doing that with bushes. Got it. All right. And that was the next step. It's like, and this is why I guess I'm shocked that that should have just continued. I should never walk through any game that doesn't respond to me. Doesn't respond to my character.
What's your response to those people in the comments section whenever someone points out stuff like that, where a game is kind of missing a pretty important bit of detail, and people are saying does this affect gameplay? No, then it doesn't matter.
Well, you can imagine how I respond to that. So, of course, it affects gameplay. It affects me, and I'm a gamer. And immediately, what I say is one of the things you're trying to do in making a game is it's a trope just to use the term gameplay. Gameplay is the whole experience. So silent loading screens, clunky transitions between menus and the game you're playing.
The Covenant believe what they call the silent loading screen.
So I think that a player's experience, I want to grab the player as soon as they stick the disc in the box or as soon as they turn on the game. I want to grab the player and never let go. I don't want anything to break the immersive quality of whatever it is we're trying to do. And there are things like that break immersion for me, that make me go, oh, I'm playing a game. Bad repetitive sounds, repetitive textures, bad sound design. There's so many annoying things that break the immersion. And beautiful looking physical objects that don't actually have any physicality, they immediately make me know I'm playing a game. And so I don't like that. I want to believe everything that I'm seeing and feeling. So those are my standards. Those are my standards for game. It's I want to jump in, and you can have any kind of art style, but there are a lot of different things that can break the immersion, in my opinion, for the player. So.
Oh yeah. So I posted those photos if you guys want to see. We kind of moved on from that topic, but it's still pretty cool what you can do with the photo mode on the PS5.
Cool.
Let's
yeah, I
see.
put it in stage chat. Everybody should check them out because they're pretty awesome.
I was really hoping Halo Infinite would have a photo mode like this, because like nowadays so many story focused games have like great photo modes like that, like God of War, Last of Us, Demon Souls, Death Stranding. Like it's really useful, but not having it kind of
It would have been
sucks.
perfect as well for the Infinite.
It really would have been. There's so many cool shots that I'd like to take, but
Well,
alas.
you know what? Didn't they say that's just an ad? They're coming out with that, or am I wrong?
No,
I was
they've not mentioned that yet. I don't think.
Ugh.
We've not had campaign theater since Reach.
yep. Halo
It's
4
unfortunate
surgically
that you
removed
can't.
it.
It's unfortunate that you can't like choose your mission too, because even in Halo 2, you could just put the blind skull on, and then you could kind of get some cinematic shots that way, like on your own, without having to,
Right.
hack
That's
in
actually
some
one of the reasons we did the blind skull. So when going back in time again, and once again, it's going to sound like I'm taking credit. It's just like these are all conversations that we as a team had. So we all talked about some of this stuff. But for example, I just remember I was always looking at what the fans were doing. So when I think Randall Glass, anybody know the name Randall Glass?
The name rings a bell.
Oh, so sad. You guys should. We should. I'm going to find him. He
Sorry,
lives, by the way.
I feel a little disappointed.
No, it's
Randall.
okay. It's okay. You guys were all like, you were barely cognizant.
We were
when
but
Randall
wee
Glass came
babes.
out. Just wee babes. Yeah, Kelly, you might be able to find him. I think he still lives in Seattle, but he was a fan of Halo 1, and one of the very first things that came out within, I swear, it was just a couple of months of Halo 1 releasing, was the Warthog Jump video, which you probably all know that one, right? Warthog Jump?
The one on Headlong. Was it the one on Headlong?
No, I think he shot it on the original Warthog Jump has Frank Sinatra singing Fly Me to the Moon as the track, and he was using Chucky physics on Silent Cartographer to blow up
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
warthogs into the air and try to get them to land on top of a place you weren't supposed to be able to get. And then he was able to get himself up there too. It's one of the most creative, fun videos I've ever seen. And he did it so early, and it became a viral sensation on the nascent, internet. I don't even know if YouTube was out yet, but
Nah, that would have been that would have been Google videos back in that time.
yeah, I don't know what it was, but it was so much fun. I remember coming, and showing it to Jason Jones, like, Jason, look what these guys are doing. This is so cool. And we passed it around. We thought it was great. I think we even found him and brought him into the studio to give him a tour because we thought it was so much fun. But then, of course, not long after that, Red versus Blue came out, and that was another thing that we just thought was great. And then when we contacted those guys, and we found out, like, we couldn't figure out how they were doing it, because we knew, it wasn't that hard to just film different player angles from player perspective and just capture video and then edit it. That wasn't the hard part. The hard part was, how did you make it look like these characters are talking and not having their guns pointed at the camera? And it turned out that, I think it was Chris Butcher who said, oh yeah, there's this bug that if you look all the way down, your character ends up looking back up again. And if you have your gun pointed at the ground, if you just subtly move your gun a little bit, it causes your head to bob. That was a complete bug. That was not intended at all. And they exploited that bug and made $1 bazillion because of that bug. That's how machinima in Halo started, was they exploited this little head bobbing bug so that they could shoot these funny videos where it looked like the Spartans were talking.
That's the insane thing. If Halo CE was a modern
butterfly
game,
effect.
then that would have been like patched out in like a day one patch or something. So that would have never been possible.
Oh, it was a known bug, and we almost did patch it apparently. And then on Halo 2, we fixed it, so that couldn't happen anymore. And then the conversation was, well, wait a minute. By this time, we were friends with the Bernie and his crew over at RVB, and we said, look, we can fix these bugs, but we got to give them tools just for them so that they can continue to make any kind of machinima that they want. So I think they had tools that nobody else had.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
really?
So-
For Halo 2?
That's my memory. I might be wrong, but that's my memory of it, is that we fixed the bug, but we either allowed it to happen in some other way, or we gave them a tool so that they could do certain things.
Is that where,
Yeah,
like,
there was
yeah,
there was a
yeah.
button combo to
Machine
lower
gun?
your weapon. There was a button
Yeah,
combo
yeah.
to lower your weapon.
In Halo 2, you can either just press down on the D-pad, or you could hold the grenade button, and as long as you don't let go, your weapon will be lowered. But in first person, it doesn't actually show that, so it's only like when you're looking at other Spartans, their weapon will be lowered, and then obviously Halo 3 onwards have the signature lower weapon combo.
Well, see, and one of the things every time I saw people making, little extra videos, which weren't even called machinima at the time, but I would say, hey guys, can't we give people the ability to take the HUD down completely so it can actually look more cinematic? And then of course, that's, once again, it sounds like I'm taking credit for it, but it was just part of the discussion, and somehow then the blind skull came in so that could happen. And of course, with theater mode and a free roaming camera, and you could set up just about anything you wanted to. So, people could do all sorts of stuff. So that was really fun. Yeah, and here's the thing: is like paying attention to what fans are actually doing, and not just trying to force fans to do what you want them to do, which of course is always one of the pitfalls of the game designer, is that the game designer, how many games have you played where I know exactly what the designer wants me to do, and I'm going to do exactly the opposite.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's the way I like to play games. But what we as a team thought would be good, for the most part, some of our designers bought this a little bit, but it was always like, look, the player is in charge. What the player wants to do, we have to account for. We have to let the player do what they want to do. Now, maybe we put some guides around it so they can't break the game too bad. But like, we have to we have to reward players for exploring weird places, which is that's why you get the family of apes in the
Halo 3.
Yeah, in Halo 3, which is all, by the way, that's all Marcus Lato's face on the whole family. So
He looks good.
Yeah.
and I think the designers put that in. I think the artists, I think Paul Russell was the one who made that, and then the designers put it in, and Marcus wasn't aware of it. So and they did stuff like that to me too. The dancing Marty was an Easter egg that I didn't know until after it shipped. So
Nice. That's actually something that I'm talking about in my Infinite campaign review, is that much like the original Combat Evolved, which to my knowledge only has one invisible barrier, which is on Silent Cartographer. If you drive the Warthog for 2 minutes out into the water, that's the only invisible barrier in the game, I think. But
it's not. I think it's not even an invisible barrier. I think it's like an elastic barrier. We allow you to think you keep going, but you're not actually making any progress. But you're. Yeah, I always thought that was fun because there were little floaty things in the water too, which I thought was cool.
But yeah, so much like the original game, Infinite doesn't care if you want to break it or go like, climb these towers. I think there's a few spots where it's like, okay, yeah, you can't climb all the way up the spire, but that's
No, you
like,
can. You can.
Like in Halo 2, they introduced a lot of invisible barriers.
Yeah,
And then Halo 3 had some, and then Reach had kill timers. And then I remember in Halo 4, the very first mission I wanted to explore out in space, where you're on I can't remember what the
Forward into Dawn.
is that. Are you on the Forward onto Dawn?
Yeah.
Wow,
Okay,
true
yeah.
fan, guys.
Well, okay, but you're on like the outside of the ship, and I remember just vividly like trying to go off into space and then seeing like return to the battlefield and just being like, man, this sucks. Like, but I think it's one of the things that drew me to Halo in the first place was like the Warthog grenade jump, like the chain reactions, or like, I don't know if you guys ever saw that glitch you could do. You probably did with the Ghost, where in the first game, if you slid into a wall and then exited the Ghost, you could like clip through some walls, and that's how people like got into the control room area. without like triggering the script for the cutscene to play. Cool shit like that is just like, it just makes the player feel rewarded, and I'm so glad that Infinite focused on that too, and having stuff like the giant sandwich or the arcade machines or all
the
this
OG,
cool stuff.
the OG Xbox as well in that little cave.
Yeah.
It
Go
felt
ahead.
like Halo 2 to me in that sense, because like with Halo 2, the reason that game has so much replayability for me is because I can go anywhere. Like Outskirts and Delta Halo in particular, if I can see like a building or a hill or a mountain off in the distance, I know I can get there. Like, yeah, it'll take a little bit of like glitching and grenade jumping and stuff, but I can go there if I want to. Whereas later games, as the games went on, they got more restrictive and then more invisible barriers and stuff, and it really felt like you were just being kind of funneled into one specific area and given no freedom. Whereas Halo 1, Halo 2, and now, thankfully, Halo Infinite give that freedom to you again, and it's very satisfying.
Luke, start
Yes.
of quarantine zone, get the Sputnik skull,
Yes!
grenade
Yes!
jump out of the level, right?
Dude, I used to do that so much when I was younger. Boot up Halo 2, boot up Quarantine Zone, run to the back, enable it, and then just go mess around on like all the levels.
Yeah.
I love
So-
that skill.
The interesting thing to hear you guys talk about this stuff is that I used to argue in your favor, me, and obviously there were some other people in the studio that would be on my side, but the argument against these kinds of things was always, well, people are going to see how the skybox isn't real, or people are going to see, behind the curtain and see that there's no there, or they're going to fall and fall for eternity because they fall through the mesh, or they're going to break the game in some way. And I always was sort of like, well, look, these are people who are basically trying to break the game. So why not let them break it? Who cares? They're not going to like blame us because they figured out how to break the game. I think.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong, but like to me, it's like if you're trying to do a whole bunch of weird things, who cares? Like you're not in the mode of like, I want to finish the game and understand the story. You've already decided you're just back to have a little fun. I don't care if you see how the artists actually disguise things, or you know what I mean?
We're
you tell
smart
me.
enough.
Would you be mad? Were you mad when you broke the game? You couldn't finish the
Oh,
game because
no.
you jumped out of the level?
No, if anything, I felt rewarded because I was trying to do that,
Oh.
and I was like, "Oh, the game honored like my weird request." It goes back to what Taras was saying earlier about going off script and how games nowadays don't really let you do that, as opposed to old games that really did.
Like, you guys remember how you could sometimes hop back in the Pelican in Combat Evolved in Halo 2? In Halo 2, there was a really funny, weird glitch. I think it was on Metropolis. If you got into the Pelican, it would fly somewhere, and it would just kind of keep like perpetually spinning, and you could press X to flip it and like spin the Pelican around.
There
Are
was
you guys
one
aware-
on,
do you guys
yeah,
know
no,
about
dude,
that?
you
I
could
think
do
I
that
ever
on
did
you could do that on Halo 1 as well on Guilty Spark. You can get back in the Pelican, it flies off into the forest.
Yeah, and then it lands, and then there's like a lone Marine out there, and you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah, the haunted
Those-
marine.
Yeah, Mendoza's up there. Of course, he was there because a lot of times, well, you probably also found we'd have cinematic rooms that would be in the level. So when the level would load, some cinematic room would load, so it would all be in memory. But these were rooms that were only there to cut the camera away to and show some little scripted moment. But like it was weird when you guys were able to figure out ways of getting in there, and then it was always like, wonder why this is here. There must be some special reason why this exists. And that marine up there was probably left there by a designer who was experimenting with something by accident, and it was not left. He wasn't left there up on purpose. So but it feels like a reward when you figure out how to jump on the Pelican and fly up there. It's like, oh, there must be a reason why the haunted marine is up here. It's like, no, there's absolutely no reason.
Marty, did you ever hear about the
It's
Easter
funny.
egg in Halo 2 called the Trigate? That was like
No.
this. So it was like this massive, like almost like conspiracy theory thing on the like very early days of YouTube and Google videos in like, I don't know, 2005, where on Delta Halo and Halo 2, if you glitched past the trigger that would start Regret and got into like the level geometry for Regret, some of it was loaded and some of it wasn't. But in the middle of the lake where the gondola would be, there was this little like switch floating in midair. And people used to make these massive, like, really creepy conspiracy theory videos about this Switch, saying that when you activated it, it activated something on another level, because there was another one on, like, I think it was High Charity, and that they meant something, and that something would spawn when you triggered them. And I remember when I was younger watching those videos and getting, like, because one of them had the soundtrack to Requiem for a Dream in the background, and it used to freak me out as a kid that there was, like, some like dark secret hidden in Halo 2 that no one had found yet, and these buttons were like the key to it all. I don't know. I loved like little glitchy Easter eggs like that.
I can tell this really affected you growing up.
Dude, it honestly did. I honestly owe so much of my interest to that video. I'm gonna find it now, actually.
I'm sure it was like either a LOD or something that loaded across boundaries that wasn't supposed to stay loaded, or environment art problems happen all the time that we just like too hard to even find
I found it, Luke.
I put it, yeah, I just put it in the stage chat. That's the bad boy. It uploaded 14 years ago. My God.
Luke, you and I were saying we've got to start a YouTube channel that has like, I don't know, like just a series of letters or numbers like that early YouTube stuff, and all our videos are in 140p, and they have like let the bodies hit the floor, and it's just a series of slideshows showing broken stuff outside of the game and making theories about them.
We will exclusively edit. Yeah, dude, we will exclusively edit in we'll record in the Invention Hypercam 2, and we will edit in Windows Movie Maker.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. My gosh. Well, see, it's good that I didn't actually pay attention to you kids when you were doing that. I waited till you're matured and had actually decent videos to watch.
Oh. Damn.
But like, so Nick, it just seems like now. Here's the thing. That thing I think is interesting about you is that you got to. Are you the only one, or did a couple of other of you get? What was it? Forerunner? What are you guys called?
Tarasana, yeah. The Forerunners, yeah.
That's it.
Forerunner. So you got to play early versions and sign NDAs and do all that stuff of Infinite.
Yeah.
And to a certain extent, it seems like you guys have been. Well, I mean, Nick, you're like some of your multiplayer stuff just seems off the hook to me. So
I appreciate it.
You spent I'm assuming you've spent like an ungodly amount of time figuring out how to be. Have you done any of the Major League Gaming kind of stuff?
No, so I like being a super tryhard online, but when it comes to like competing, it just stresses me out. The idea of like always having to be the best at any given moment without having the ability to just kind of sit back and just kind of goof off. I don't like that. I'm a super casual player at heart. BTB is my favorite thing to play in Halo.
Yeah.
So.
He competed in the BTB thing at the last HCS event. That was like really cool.
Yeah, I mean, I like to do it from time to time, but no, I'm definitely like a super casual, like fun. I mean, I was saying competitive Halo isn't fun, but it's different kind of fun.
Sweaty.
It's funny because when we, obviously when we were all working on the game, we would get really good, we thought, and we would all, we would know all the maps inside and out before all you kids got to know what the maps were. So, and then within the studio, there were always the guys. Almost always it was engineers like Luke Timmons or Chucky Goff were like just monster players at Halo, and I can't tell you how quickly they got slapped down when they went into multiplayer online, and once the really good players started emerging. Like Chucky and Luke could not believe how easily they were defeated.
The beautiful thing about Halo is like you could be amazing, and then there's going to be someone that will make you feel like you've never played the game before. That's what I like so much about Halo. I might be really good, but there are people that will make me feel like I couldn't even compete against them. Like the skill gap is so huge. It always makes you want to just become better and better.
Well, what I love is watching you guys. I just watched that 1v1 of you guys on Lockout, and I was like, you can actually carry on a conversation.
What video?
Yeah, what video? No, there's evidence. I'm sorry. If I remember correctly, you lost all 3 games. So,
yep. Yeah, you did.
Wait, Am I drawing a blank right now? We never recorded this video, Nick. You kept saying like, "Oh, let's do this video." I'm like, maybe at some point in the future I'll do it. Maybe soon.
No,
We'll see.
I saw someone posted in the stage chat before, so it definitely.
Nah, that must have been a different video.
I thought Nick hit you up wanting to test something in like the multiplayer, and then he ended up like turning it into a video, claiming it was a 1v1.
Oh, that might have been it. You know, I think
I'm testing my sniper on you like 15 different times.
I think I was bamboozled.
Just
What
play
I love
really bad.
about watching both of you guys playing Lockout on the last level, which by the way was a very good game, very close. It was 14-14, and then I think Luke cheated. No,
Yeah.
actually Nick cheated. So,
Nick cheated.
Me
Nick
cheat? Never.
but just watching you guys continue to have a conversation while you're doing the most crazy jumps that I didn't even know you could do, navigating the Lockout without falling off the edge and doing these. You're just casually doing these jumps that I didn't even know you could do. So it's a blast to see that.
I think the guys could probably agree with this, but we've all played Halo so much, it's almost like the back of your own hand. You know the maps so well, you could almost close your eyes and run about them.
Yeah, for sure.
That's okay. There's an idea for another show. I'm going to get Chris Carney and Steve Cotton and some of the guys who they worked so hard on designing those maps. And what was fun is it was fun to be on the dev team because Chris would say, "Okay, I got a new version. I got a new map that I want to test out," and we would all go in and start playing it. And there were so many test maps, early versions of Lockout, early versions of Midship, and we would play them and play them and play them, and then sort of give our critiques, and then a couple of weeks later there'd be a new version, and they would slowly hone these things. But these guys really, really did know their stuff when they designed these maps. And I should get them on to talk about that. I think they'd have a good time.
Yeah, funnily enough, I actually used to kind of a little bit compete back in Halo Reach and Halo 4 to the point where I put my MLG. So MLG used to have this thing called Game Battles, where it was like an online ladder where you could compete, and there was like a leaderboard, with all the players and their win-loss ratio and the amount of points they had and stuff. And I used to compete in the Halo 4 1v1 ladder. And I had the second place in the ladder at one point, and I put my second place in the Halo 4 1v1 ladder on my university application letter, and it worked. It actually worked.
I don't know what that seems sad in some way.
Look, if I ever apply for university, I'll submit that video showing that I didn't beat you. So
That's the way.
Wait, what video?
Yeah, what video?
the one in the stage chat, just go and have a look yourself.
Oh, the Trigate one with the music. Oh yeah.
I'm going to be sharing that video with everybody very soon. So.
Beautiful.
So one other little thing I thought I would mention because I thought it was interesting, and this is probably a story I don't think has been told, but the line "Were it so easy" was another line that it just barely made it into the final.
I find
Really?
it funny how it gets reused a couple of times. I feel like that's the part that makes it just work.
Well,
totally.
the only way we were going to make it, the only way it was going to be in the game was if the Arbor said it at the beginning and then said it at the end. But I cannot even begin to tell you the week's worth of arguments about that line, if you can believe it.
How come? What was the issue with it?
I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but I remember immediately liking the line and loving the fact that the Arbiter said it at the end to Admiral Halsey. Was it Halsey, right?
Hood.
Lord Hood. Sorry, Halsey. What am I thinking? Oh yes.
Might be
Anyway,
the best line
Lord
in the
Hood.
Halo franchise, if I'm being honest.
What?
It might be. It's definitely one of them.
Before I forget, I've actually got a question about the Arbiter specifically. I was mentioning it on the stream yesterday right after you dipped, and it was specifically about that line. So, okay, in Halo, I can't tell if it's in there in Halo 2, but in Halo 3, definitely, all of the aliens were given this filter that sounds like they're talking into a fan. It's especially audible with the Arbiter, like the warbling of his voice. every single Halo game after that started to ditch that filter, and now in modern Halo games, the aliens just sound like voice actors in a studio who have been pitched up or down. Can I ask what that filter was, or what its importance was?
Yeah, I just wanted them to sound more alien than they sounded.
That's what I thought. It's an alien creature with alien
That'd be
vocal
like
cords.
like a flanger or a doubler or something.
It was, the guy who probably would remember the exact patch. It's possible it's on one of them. It might be something I came up with, in my plugins, and then I said, "Hey Jay, use this and process all the voices." But it's also quite possible that Jay Wineland came up with it, and I said, "Yeah, that sounds great. Do that." So when I get Jay in, Jay and I will talk about some of those things. We'll probably take audience questions more because people will probably want to ask a bunch of weird specific questions. But yeah, I just felt like, the alien. I mean, going all the way back to, this is before I'd ever even met Jay. I was in Chicago, and one of the, your destruction is the will of the gods, and we are their instrument, which was, what was it? I think that was the E3 2000 video,
I think it was. Yeah,
it was one of the marketing videos we did, and I remember, believe it or not, I think it's actually my voice. Now that I think about it,
what, saying that quote?
Yeah, because it was only one line, and I think number one, I pitched my voice down, and then I doubled it on myself, and I did all sorts of processing. I just caressed that with all sorts of specific things that made it sound cool and alien. And then I remember thinking after I did it, I'm like, oh my gosh, how are we going to actually do this? Because I can't spend that amount of time on every line that an elite says in the game. But that was long before we were doing the game. So so when I hired Jay, and Jay was is probably one of the best sound designers in history. He, I think the shortcut on Halo 1, as you guys already know, was me just taking Sergeant Johnson's voice and pitching it down and reversing it. And to me, that was just not, we couldn't continue to do that because I knew people were going to figure it out pretty quick. So even though we were doing weird voices and stuff and still reversing it, I wanted to have extra filters on it so it sounded more alien. Jay probably remembers what those presets are that we used. But I don't know why they've stopped doing that. That doesn't make sense to me. I didn't know they had stopped.
Yeah, and what's even more bizarre is Halo 5, I have a lot of grievances with that game. The elites just sound like voice actors who have been pitched down. But Arbiter, for some reason, 343 remembered to give him that filter. He has that, and he's the only elite, an alien in that game that has that filter. And I don't get why it's not on any of the other aliens.
Because it's the cool filter. Only the cool people get it.
Yeah. Is the Arbiter's in Halo 5?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
He's kind of unrecognizable just because it's using that kind of broody looking elite design.
But it's still Keith David?
It's still Keith David.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, I mean, this is funny. I mean, when I think about casting for some of these quote unquote iconic voices, Jen Taylor was a voice actress in Seattle. She had already been in it was a spy game that was released, I think, in 2000 or 1999. Oh, what was the name of that? You Only Live Once, or
yep. No One Lives Forever.
No One Lives Forever. Yeah.
Classic.
So she played the lead character with a British accent. So she came in along with a whole bunch of other women to audition for Cortana. And at first we had to read it with British accent because Joe wanted Cortana to be British, and she did great. There was nothing wrong with her British accent, but I thought, well, wait, she sounds too much like Kate Archer or whatever the name of that character was from No One Lives Forever. And I thought, I don't want her to sound like this game that everybody knows already. So I said, could you just do it without the British accent? And so she did, and it sounded great. Well, of course, and Joe will tell you this. That's why she says a bunch of, at least what Joe thinks are,
Sawed off.
Yeah,
colloquial,
sort
sawed
of.
Yeah.
When I was younger, hearing that in an American accent, it sounded so strange to me because that is one of the most British sayings ever.
Sawed off.
Okay, good. Well, and then toady about, toady about.
Oh
What the
yeah,
hell is that?
yeah.
But
Oh my
we didn't change it because we thought it was kind of fun. So, and of course we didn't have time. We're always running out of time on everything. But the other interesting thing was I actually said I really like Jen Taylor, and then at that point, and I don't think Joe remembers this the same way I do, but it was at that point that Joe said, "Well, I'm glad you liked her because she and I went to school together at Northwestern." And I didn't. I don't think he wanted to influence the casting decision, because
Wow.
he knew her. But I remember it as being just a random coincidence that she came in, and then, they were already knew each other and were friends. Which is why to this day, me and Joe and Jen will go out and get coffee, and we're still friends. And by the way, me and Joe and Jen going out for coffee has no meaning. It just means we're friends. That's all it ever means. Okay.
They're all working together. That's what it means.
Yes.
The coffee stains,
well-
Marty. What do they mean?
Hey, I tell you, that when we first went out, it meant nothing. And then now Joe and Jen are of course working together on Infinite, and they left me out. It's like, well, thanks, guys. Anyway, so that's Jen Taylor. And then, of course, you guys probably know the Steve Downs story. He was in a game called Subterracore, and I remember really liking his voice, even though we had already we thought we were going to do all the casting. My initial goal was all the casting should be done in Seattle because that'll be easier for us. And the guy that we thought was closest to what we were imagining was Jeff Steitzer. And so Jeff was officially going to be Master Chief, because he did a great job on the audition. And then I forget exactly what it was. I started thinking about Steve, and I also I think at that point I decided, yeah, I'm going to get Tim Dadabo, who was Guilty Spark, and also, at least in Halo 2, he played some Marines voices. I think he was only Guilty Spark on Halo 1. I think that's the only voice he did on Halo 1. You guys can check me on that. But I had worked with Pete Stacker, who was also, he was in Oni, and Tim Dadabo was in Oni also. And then Steve Downs was in Subterracore. So once I decided, I'm going to go back to Chicago and hire these guys again. Then I decided we'll ask Jeff to be the multiplayer announcer, which he was a little bit depressed about. And I remember saying, "Don't worry, Jeff. Not only will you have more lines, you will be probably as memorable in the long run."
Oh, yeah.
As Master Chief.
It arguably
100%.
immortalized him. People have heard his voice more than Chief's.
Yeah, I agree. So anyway, that's it was. I just to think that like this random sort of, hey, this is why we like Jen Taylor better, and now she's not only got this 20-some year career doing Cortana, and now even doing it on television, but she's the Siri of Microsoft's whatever voice thing that they're doing, having Cortana as the voice. And I just think that's funny. Who would know that would happen?
I had no
you
idea
know,
they went to school together.
Did you know they brought back Pete Stacker in Infinite, Marty?
No, I didn't. Really? What's he do?
Oh, nothing.
My God, wait,
I'll let you figure it out.
wait, yeah, don't tell him, because it'd be cool for him to experience that.
So spoilers, yeah. Okay, yeah, don't tell me. However, I don't know, how would you guys like it if I got Steve Downs and Jen and Pete and Tim on the show? That'd be fun.
That'd be amazing.
That would.
A
Oh,
voice
yeah.
cast reunion, I think, would be really cool.
Dude, get what's his name? You told me his name a while ago and gave me his email. Who voiced Chip Dibbo?
Oh
Andrew
yeah,
McCage.
Andrew McCage, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You should try and get him.
I tried to contact him, and the email I have is old and gone. So I need to find Andy again. He was so much fun. All these one of the reasons when I cast the Marines, like one of the things that I did during the casting was I would say, okay, here's the situation. Now make up a bunch of random lines, and the ones who were able to do that really well, they were in. And David Scully as Sergeant Johnson, there's absolutely, other than Pete Stacker, Pete Stacker and David Scully improvise like there's no tomorrow. They're so funny. Which is one of the reasons why I think Johnson became so beloved, that we had to make him a permanent character, because his lines were just so great.
You know who's really underrated though is Kevin Michael Richardson as Tartarus.
Oh yeah, Kevin is great. He's in everything. I see his
know.
name all the time.
I actually just checked his IMDb to see what he was up to like half an hour ago, and he's still doing like a lot of stuff. He's busy.
Well, he does so many games and so much animation because his voice is so versatile and he's such a great actor. And of course him and oh my gosh, who played the Gravemind?
Bradley Baker.
Yeah, D. Bradley Baker. Oh, D is another guy. He's like a genius in the studio.
Unreal.
He also plays Klaus the fish in American Dad. So.
Oh, really?
Is that Klaus? The German fish, the German goldfish?
Yeah, I didn't realize that was him.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Star Wars. He plays,
Kevin was also in KOTOR as Jolie Bindo.
That's hilarious.
I know.
Well, the funny thing about Keith David, too, is I remember when we were like, okay, we got to cast the Arbiter. And I'm like, okay, we're casting the Arbiter. And for Halo 2, we realized Halo was such a success. Now we had some money and we might be able to. We were actually getting, believe it or not, we got the agents approaching us because both the two actors who I'm going to name. Now, I don't know if this is 100% true, but at least in my mind, it's true. These actors wanted to be in Halo 2. They wanted to be in the next Halo. They were actually playing Halo 1 and they were fans. Julia Roberts and Tom Cruise.
No way. No way.
Holy shit. Oh my.
So I remember having a meeting with Joe and some other guys, and they were like, wow, this would be so amazing. And I was like, you know what? I think if the fans are going to, the fans are going to accuse us of going to Hollywood if we suddenly replace Cortana with Julia Roberts and Tom Cruise as Master Chief or something. And that was sort of the plan. Like if we were going to do it, that's what would happen.
Oh, gross.
Damn.
And I thought, the thing I thought was, no, the fans are not buying these games because of Hollywood star power. They're buying our game because we're being true to making something that you guys are going to want to play. And I wanted to have the best quality voices possible, but I thought, okay, we have the money, we can go to Hollywood, but let's go to Hollywood and get like the very, very best working actors who people don't really know their names that well, but who are really, really good. So that's how we got, Kevin Michael Richardson and Keith David and Dee Baker. These are not like stars at the top, but they're stars in their own right. They're just not well known. And I thought we'll get really great actors. And so, but I didn't know about Keith David. I actually was sitting at home watching TV, and a commercial.
Put on the glasses.
The what?
It's just like the Arbiter comes up to you. He holds a pair of glasses. Put on the glasses.
No, what happened was I was watching television and a commercial came on for the Navy. And if any of you guys Americans here know about the commercial for the Navy, I forget what the final line was, but like, the Navy, the last thing you'll ever need, whatever it was, and the guy's voice, I'm like, who is this voice? And then I was watching like a National Geographic special or something, and the narrator was this incredible voice, and I'm like, that's that same guy, that's that Navy guy. And so I called my connection in Hollywood. I said, I need to find out who that is. And he goes, oh yeah, that's a pretty famous actor named Keith David. He does great voice. And so I said, okay, we got to get him. He's the Arbiter. So, and the rest is history. So yeah, because I was watching TV. That's how Keith David got his gig. I didn't even audition anybody else for the Arbiter because I just fell in love with his voice.
You knew.
It's perfect.
You made the right pick for sure.
Yeah.
That's crazy about
course,
Julie Robertson. Go.
Yeah, Michael Wincott, may he rest in peace. He's not dead, but I mean, The fact that we had to replace Michael because Michael wanted us to replace him. He did not want to do Halo 3, and that's why that was so depressing.
Yeah.
There was never a better. It's interesting. I think you guys, and you might be right. It might have even somehow felt like we wrote his character different. I don't think we were planning on making his character that different, because Joe was still the one who gave him the dialogue for Halo 3. But the actor, just his delivery was so different. And the discussion was, I remember talking about this. It's like, oh man, it's 3 years later. Nobody's going to really care if we replace a couple voices. I thought it's too bad we have to do this, but we're being forced into it. It's 3 years. It's not like it's a sitcom from, one day to the next where you just saw it yesterday. It never occurred to me, number one, that people would be still playing Halo 2 right up to the moment they were playing Halo 3 and immediately noticed that the voices were so different. So that's a shame.
Yeah,
I wish we
it
had
was
that.
a shame because he was, oh man, he's so good as Truth. And I can't remember who did Truth in Halo 3 or what his name was. Like he did a good job, but even when you have like good voice actors, it's always jarring when they change. Like in the Call of Duty games, Hudson is voiced by a different person in every single game, so he never feels like a consistent real person. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, if I had it to do over again, I would have never changed. I mean, I would have done anything to get Michael Wincott back, and I would have kept the same girl, the woman who did Miranda. There were a few people at Bungie who felt like the performance of Miranda in Halo 2 wasn't as good as we wanted it, and so it's like, okay, well, we can try something else. But in hindsight, that was a mistake. It just doesn't make sense to do stuff like that.
I did like her. She was a bit more like on the quiet side, or like a bit more subdued, but still intense.
I mean, the funny thing is, Julie Benz was Halo 2 Miranda, and she ended up being like she was in.
She was Dexter's girlfriend, and
Dexter's girlfriend, and like I'm like, oh my gosh, we never should have like not kept her for Halo 3 because she ended up hitting it bigger after that.
Yeah.
But like by the time we did Halo 3, I was like, hey, there's other guys who were talking to us, like the three guys from Serenity or Firefly at the time. Nathan Fillion, Alan Tudyk, and Adam Baldwin. They used to play Halo and they wanted to be in Halo. So we started having these Hollywood people coming to us saying, give me a part. I'll do anything. I want to do a part in your game because it's so much fun.
John Mayer.
Well, yeah, John Mayer was another one. Yeah. So those were the heydays of us. Like we had our pick. People were coming to us and we could do what we wanted to do. But I wish we had stayed with Julie Benz, even though the woman that we had do her part did fine. It just was the fact that it's a different voice does make a difference.
Yeah.
The
Sergeant Johnson voice actor they got for Halo Wars 2 is about as good an impression of Sergeant Johnson as you can possibly get, but you still know it's not David Scully.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Oh yeah, did you ever see that? Like the replacement they got was really good. And I think it was David Scully was like part of it was like some voice acting strike or something at the time, so he wasn't like doing that. But
yeah, there's a different story with David Scully. I'm not 100% sure I understand everything that's going on with David. I think he sort of decided to stop doing what he was doing, at least for the time being. But he was so perfect as Sergeant Johnson. He gave us so much, which, by the way, is one of the reasons I wanted to have him die. He was my favorite Marine. He was my favorite character. And I thought, the only way I'll convince all you kids that this is the last Halo game and Master Chief might die at the end. I thought the only way I could convince you of the stakes of what this whole trilogy was coming down to was to kill Sergeant Johnson. So that's my reasoning, and just live with it.
I'm still upset about it, but I understand.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm still upset, but it worked for me. 10-year-old me thought that was it. So
I was heartbroken. I was genuinely heartbroken.
Devastation.
Were you really, Uber, Nick?
Yeah, it was real sad.
But you hadn't.
I know, but
that was your first game.
Yeah, that's the thing. One game was all it took for me to be like totally connected to him.
Wow.
That's how good
It
Halo was,
especially
man.
helps that the Warthog run happened immediately after that. So, like,
Yeah,
basically,
yeah.
it didn't give you, like, a second, I guess, to realize how little you cared. It's just, like, constantly like, oh, God, he's dying, but he was so funny. And then it's, quick, get in the Warthog, go, go, go. And you're like, oh, God, I'll do it for you, Johnson.
If I had played C and 2, I think I don't even know how I would have reacted then. I'm kind of glad I didn't, to be honest with you.
See, that's one of the things I'm kind of sad because I played all these games when I was so young that I actually can't really remember my first reaction to anything. Like I can't. I remember my first reaction to playing the game, but not my first reaction to like any of the moments. Like I remember being really hard to play as the Arbiter for the first time. That was like a what the fuck moment. Like I never expected that to happen. But other than that, it's just I can't remember any of it. I wish I could. I wish I could dive into my memories and pick them all out.
Do you guys see that meme that Kiyu just posted? Check the stage chat right now.
They don't know what the lady's like.
It's going back to the Hollywood stuff real quick. Like that is insane that Julia Roberts and Tom Cruise were interested. But honestly, like I genuinely think you guys made the right decision not replacing Chief and Cortana.
Can you imagine Tom Cruise as Chief? Like, just imagine that.
Oh, God.
I kind of want to, but then it's like it's just not Steve Downes. It's just not Jen Taylor. Like I feel like as well going forward, it would have been almost impossible.
Oh yeah, imagine how much money you guys in the long run would still be paying him, right?
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be me, that's for sure.
Right.
But I think it's interesting because I think you guys all sort of instinctively got this, and watching your Halo 3 retrospective kind of videos, the idea that we worked really, really hard to try to say, okay, the player needs to feel like they're Master Chief, and I was always really, really intent on how do we make the player actually have the same feelings, actual feelings that we think Master Chief would be having in the same situation. And that is not an easy nut to crack from a narrative standpoint. And that's one of the reasons why Master Chief doesn't have a whole lot of lines. I think Joe talks about him being an empty shell or a husk. But he had to have a certain amount of personality so you felt like a badass. But he could never share feelings that he was having that you as the player weren't having. Because as soon as that happens, you're disconnected from the game.
Mm-hmm.
You're watching a movie.
I describe it kind of like I don't agree with the term husk. Chief is more like he's kind of interesting in that he and the player co-pilot that suit of armor.
Yes. You guys have all talked about the same kind of area, and I'd love to hear more of your insights into it, especially as a player. But I mean, I'll never forget. I think I've talked about this before too. But one of my favorite lines that Joe ever wrote, and Joe wrote all the cool lines. He wrote, "I know what the ladies like." He wrote all the goofy lines. Make sure she's got balls. I mean, stuff like that. I mean, it's just like Joe is just hilarious. He probably wrote to War, so we should get him on that one.
Yeah.
But and I'm not even sure where It's So Easy came from, but that was a thing. But we used to talk when Joe wrote the line. It was the beginning of one of the first things Master Chief says that's important in Halo 2 is I need a weapon. And the thing I remember saying to Joe, that's it, Joe. That's exactly what Master Chief needs to say, because at that very moment, the player is going, I don't have a weapon. I need a weapon. And Master Chief says it for you. And you are in total lockstep with what Master Chief is feeling. And he's a lot cooler than you, but you feel as cool as Master Chief because you're feeling the same thing. But this is why, and I'm just going to throw this out to you because this is why I was really worried about the Arbiter in Halo 2, is because to suddenly throw you in the body of the Arbiter, and the Arbiter was had a backstory that was a mile long that you already knew. And he was disgraced and he was branded and he said this, blah, blah, blah. He said all this like rich stuff. And I'm like, I don't think the player's ever going to actually feel like the Arbiter. I think what the player's going to do is, I'm really Master Chief and I'm just taking a ride in the Arbiter's story for a while and then I'm going to be Master Chief again. You guys tell me what was that like for you?
I loved it.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Because I loved the idea of being chief, but then it was like, oh, we get to see like a whole different perspective just for a little bit. I'm still chief, but I just get to view this game from a whole different side of it. I thought it was great.
I have a religious-y view on it that actually helped me immerse myself in Arbiter. If you want to hear it,
yeah, do it.
Yeah.
I thought so. Like, basically, with Halo 2, I was thinking a lot about like my own faith and like Christianity and baptism and stuff. And I thought that there was something cut. I don't know if it was intentional, but the visual of like, well, we never know his name to begin with. We just know he's like an elite or something. The only time we ever placed a name on him was when he was given his new name, which was the Arbiter. And that cutscene of him being bathed in that holy light, it's like a baptism of some kind. Like he's being washed of his previous sins. So now... Yes. He is a new character, essentially. He's been baptized. He's now the Arbiter. He's a fresh slate. He and I are now the same. We are experiencing a new world together. Like, whatever he was before is dead.
But when you saw that... Well, no, that was still at the beginning, right? That was before the level... What was the level? The Storm or whatever it was called?
The Arbiter. It was just called the Arbiter.
The cable. I'm going to cut
it.
Yes. That was a Jason Jones line, by the way. There was a few Jason Jones lines that were written totally in a vacuum, and Joe had to figure out how to put them in the game. That was one. The other one was, I'm a monument to all your sins. And we're like,
oh, that's a banger.
What does that even mean? He goes, I don't know. I just want it in there.
It just sounds cool.
Player to figure out.
But so when you watch the Arbiter get the Arbiter armor and all that stuff, and then that's still before you realize you're going to be the Arbiter, isn't it? The first time you play through?
Yeah. You didn't know yet.
I was just curious, like, if you guys remember, when you first played it, like, how long did it take for you to say, oh my gosh, I'm now first person Arbiter and I don't know what the hell's going on?
I just remember freaking out because in Halo 1, I always loved the elites and like the design of them and like the aesthetic of them, their armor, the way they moved and everything. And I always thought like, oh, it'd be cool to play as that, but never expected it. And then when Halo 2 started doing all the like Covenant side of the story cutscenes, I was like, this is pretty cool. Like, this is cool seeing like another side of these characters that I like. But then actually playing it for the first time, like, I was so young at the time. I think I was 8, maybe not even 8. I think I was maybe just 8. I remember being actually just shocked. Like, I didn't realize that I was playing as the Arbiter for a little bit, because I was like, oh yeah, that's never going to happen. This is just like a Master Chief game. So it was a very nice change of pace, and especially for somebody who loved the Elite so much, like, it was a very nice little addition.
But when you look back on your experience in Halo 2, do you remember it as first I was the Chief and then I actually really became the Arbiter, or are you sort of like what I think and what Nick said, which is sort of like it's a little bit like ODST, which is why we made this is me and Joe and Paul continuing this conversation about what does the player feel like. And I can't tell you how many hours of conversations we would have about this kind of stuff. This is why I'm curious, because in ODST, I'm like, okay, let's even go further. Let's have the rookie not ever talk. So you really, really feel like the rookie. And then you take these rides and you're sort of playing as Buck and playing as whatever the names of these other guys were. I can't even remember. You're playing as those guys, but you don't really feel like you're them. You still feel like you're the rookie understanding what happened to your buddies and what happened to... And so, but you're always back in the hub. You're the one who's walking through the rainy streets by yourself, trying to figure out the mystery. you're not Buck when you're running around as Buck. So that way we could have Buck say a whole bunch of lines that don't feel like they're your lines. You're just observing Buck say these lines, and you get to drive him around. Did that work for you guys?
Yeah. I was gonna say I had a similar experience with Arbiter and Halo 2. Like Arbiter and Chief and Halo 2 are very different in like how you play as them, because Chief still feels like that like almost not exactly a husk, but like a body for the player to inhabit and to just kind of become the player and for the player to experience the game with simultaneously. Whereas the Arbiter felt like an already established character that you inhabited, and then once you inhabited him, you experienced the game with him almost in a similar way to Chief, but there was also the added backstory of like what had happened with the Covenant and with Halo 1. So it was kind of like two different styles or two different takes on the same kind of not silent protagonists, but husk characters.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes to
go ahead. You can keep talking about it. Who's next?
I was gonna say, when it comes to like Arbiter, there's a couple of things that really stood out to me that I remember. Number one, at first I was like, wait a minute, I'm gonna play as he brought out the sword. Okay, I'm down for this 100%. Like to have that be the moment where you get to use the energy sword
right away. When the sword came out, it's like that's gonna make everybody okay.
Yeah, and that made me okay with it right away, and then I ended up loving him. But it also helps that in the story, Arbiter has been disgraced, and so he's in a position where he has to prove himself to like Shipmaster and the Prophets and Tartarus and all these other elites. And so it's a much different like mindset you're going through, and you're playing as the Arbiter, and you're like, okay, I have to prove myself, you know? Shipmaster's like, your armor systems are not as new as ours. You know,
I wish you were the voice actor for the Arbiter and I. Is there amazing?
But you know, like they're kind of talking trash to him, like their lives matter to me, yours does not. So you still feel like there's something to prove, and that's a much different feeling than Chief, like kind of always coming in and saving the day. So it was very unique and also very cool. And add on to the fact that it like gives entire context to like this enemy that we previously knew very little about. Yeah. And suddenly it just ties the whole universe together.
Well, it's just as an aside. I mean, I think I've on record as telling you people that I argued against playing as the Arbiter. I liked the Arbiter story. I wanted to tell it, but both Joe and Jason were insistent that we design the game so you play as the Arbiter, and I was unconvinced that it would work. In hindsight, I totally agree that Halo 2 wouldn't have been anywhere near as good if you hadn't played as the Arbiter. So I was proven wrong on that one.
Also, when you I remember this vividly because I was playing Halo 2 at a buddy's house, and I got to the mission Regret, where you kill the Prophet of Regret, and then Chief falls into the water and he gets grabbed. And I remember I had to go home after that mission. I was like, what the fuck happens after that? What the hell, dude? Like, this is a terrible cliffhanger. But, like, it's so cool to see both of these characters that you've been playing as meet up at the same time with the added reveal of the Gravemind. And now it's like, you will search one likely spot and you will search another. So it's just perfection, honestly.
Well, that was a poem. I remember when Joe showed me that he was having the Gravemind speak in verse. I'm like, what? What are these Shakespeare all of a sudden? Anyway, I still think that worked out great. But Joe was so much fun to work with because he would just suddenly come out and like, the lines of the Gravemind are going to be, rhyming. I'm like, wow, that is crazy. It's also funny when I think back on some of the sort of iconic moments. Geez, how many times am I going to say iconic? Are people drinking?
You know what? You can have the word now, Marty. You can have the word now. It belongs to you. Yeah.
Crown has been passed.
Yeah.
So the scene where you kill Truth, where the Arbiter kills Truth, which I think is a great. I mean, at least we had him kill Truth, so that was the end of sort of his story arc. To a certain extent. But then the next shot when Chief and Arbiter go back to back and they do the standard back to back buddy movie trope.
My favorite scene shot. ever.
Well, that's funny because we
Dude.
argued about that like crazy. There were a bunch of guys
Really?
in the studio who
Really?
were like, that is so tropey, that is so corny.
Kind of why I love it though. I'm like, yeah, like I like to imagine
Halo
Arbiter
3,
and Chief as
best
like two
people
best
ever.
friends or something.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah,
it gives you like a bad, kind of like a bad boys moment or something,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
like a Die Hard moment.
And it's so cool because they barely have like any dialogue towards each other.
Yeah,
Right. It's just
Yeah.
all visual. Like
Yeah, little head
I
nods.
pointed it out in the very
Yep.
last mission when they both get on the
Yep.
Ford onto Dawn. It's just like Chief looks up and he nods at him. He's like, "You good, homie?" And Arbiter's like, "Yeah, I'm good." Nods back, not a
Aw.
single word.
dude, that nod speaks volumes. I love that little scene so much.
Well, see, this is what I love about, like, CJ was our cinematics guy, and you know, he would come up with a lot of the camera angles and the shots. You know, between him and Joe and Lee Wilson, who did the storyboarding, you know what? That'd be another great crew to have on, because I don't even know, like, it's possible that Lee Wilson came up with the back-to-back shot, or CJ did, or Joe did. I don't know which guy who did, but I remember that when it was, you know, scripted, that was going to be what we were going to shoot, or script in engine. There was some pushback on that, on whether it was too corny or over the top or whatever. And I remember thinking it was cool. That's all I remember. But I probably argued in favor of it, but I wasn't the only one. I didn't come up with those things. All of those little head nods and, you know, shot selection and composition and stuff, that's all Joe, CJ, and Lee Wilson. So
Yeah,
they did some amazing stuff.
Nobody's ever just like standing and talking at each other in Halo 3's cutscenes. Like there's always something that they're doing off to the side. I think of like that moment where Lord Hood is listening to Chief and somebody comes up and shows him a thing and he looks at it and then like shakes his head and is like, fuck off, like go away. You know, and then he continues listening to Chief, and it's like just that small detail. If it was just Lord Hood sitting there on the screen, it would have been so much flatter as a cutscene.
Well,
Yeah,
and I
it's
love the
most
fact
active
that
things are happening.
the guys that I got to work with, I mean, Joe likes writing his dialogue, but like he also is very much interested in composition and looks and stage direction and all the rest. And Lee Wilson is a genius at this, and CJ is great at this. What that did for me, of course, is it gave me all sorts of room to have music help tell the story and give music a space to be, which is a real gift. So, you know, I was thinking back on doing all three Halos, you know, the trilogy as one sort of big piece. To be able to do that over the course of almost 10 years and be able to dip back. I've talked to you guys about this before in terms of emotional equity, but I was able to like sort of tie up all the sort of musical loose ends that were loose ends for me in Halo 3 and almost make it seem like, you know, there was a reason for some of these musical themes to have existed all the way back, you know, at Macworld New York, or, you know, E3 2000 or Halo 1, because I was able to bring them all back and make them, you know, all sort of work together in Halo 3. And I don't know if any composer will ever get to have that kind of freedom in games going forward, because that took a decade, you know, almost from working on Macworld in 2009 to shipping Halo 3 in 2007. So it's that was really a gift for me, because I was able to I was the only person who had anything to do with overseeing all the music. You know, Mike wrote the music kind of in a vacuum. Mike wrote music in a vacuum. I would send him ideas and he would write stuff in Chicago and send me stuff, and then I would continue to work with things. There was a lot of times where I was working completely by myself on music, but certainly in terms of implementing music in the game, I was the only person to do that for the entire Halo series, of Bungie Halo series. There's not a single, you know, drop of music in any of the games, those 5 games that I didn't physically touch and put in. And that nobody gets to do that. There's not a single composer, especially on a AAA game, that gets that kind of power and control. So, I just think that that's another one of those reasons why I look at today's games and wonder, if the Halo series can ever be made exactly that way again, because it probably can't. So I don't mean to bum you guys out, but that was I feel grateful that I had that opportunity, because it was an amazing thing. It was an amazing crew of people that worked on those games too.
Yeah. Just lightning in a bottle.
What seemed cool though is you did more than just music. Seemed you had so much input, or you could at least give your input on many aspects of the game.
Yeah, no, I mean, it just was natural because I was, the audio director, so like casting and directing the actors and sound design and the way it all went together and how it all mixed. So story came in, mission design, of course. If I was I needed to know what the designers wanted the player to feel while they're playing. So that's how I did. I would play through the missions with the designers. Tediously play through all those missions with a designer sitting by my side, or they would play through it their way and I would take notes, and then I would start playing through it and say, hey, but if I go left here, there's a whole different thing that happens. And they're like, oh yeah. So anyway, I was so intimately involved with it for the 10 years of the 5 Halos we made that it just seemed natural that I was going to touch or be involved in discussions for more than just music.
Yeah.
Whereas today's games, they're AAA and they hire some, composer, and the composer has
your business. You stick to your business.
Yeah, you just do the music and we tell you what we want. We need a half hour of walking around music. We need, 20 minutes of spooky music, and we need an hour of battle music. Go. And that's it. They don't even know, half the time they don't even know what it's for. And somebody else implements it. And by the way, when I play those games, that's what it feels like to me. It feels like that is the disconnect.
Yeah, it feels like a song that's playing during the gameplay and not like it's an organic part of the soundscape itself.
Well,
I was always curious. I don't know if I asked this in my interview with you, Marty, but why was the flood theme from Combat Evolved never brought back like that?
Yeah,
very spooky,
Monsters.
Yeah.
Kind of what? Wait, do you mean like the flood alarm?
That like anxious string sound, that dun 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 dun. Yeah, that comes back.
Devil's Monsters.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it does, but it maybe it just
you mean
didn't register like the same fear factor in me.
I don't know. We'd have to go through the details on that, because I kind of thought I reused everything. So
I always liked it in Halo 2, where it had like it has a much more kind of like eerie sound to it, but less in your face, but more spooky, and there's like African drums playing in like the Oracle or Sacred Icon. I quite enjoyed it. But it definitely, I think it's more subtle in the later games.
I think that's just what it is now that I think about it.
So Taras, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't said your name in a while and I forgot it. You told me I was going to forget it.
Great.
It's T-Ras.
T-Ras. Yeah, right. You said that the MCC gives you the opportunity to mute music, or to mute everything else but music, so you can play through it and really sort of pay attention to the triggerings and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be interesting. Maybe we'll do a little.
Yeah, I'd love to do that with you, because I like playing the MCC that way without any of the audio, just listening to the music.
Yeah, now you guys got a date.
Okay, now we got a date. One of the things I can tell you is, like, I can either say, wow, that's not the way I designed it. They made a mistake. Or I can say, oh yeah, I remember doing it this way and here's why. So that could be kind of fun.
I'd love to hear that.
By the way, you guys should know, I mean, the public should know, that I was a proponent of letting the player have the ability to change the mix and mute audio in the game. But really? I had a condition, and my condition was, pretend I'm making a gourmet meal. The first thing, when I serve you a gourmet meal, I want you to eat what I'm serving you. And then when you have leftovers, I don't care what you do with my leftovers. You can put extra ketchup and salt on it. It doesn't matter to me. But I want you to eat it my way first. So what I wanted in Halo was the first time you play the campaign, you don't have the option of changing. You don't have sliders that change the mix. You don't have sliders that change the colors. You don't give those tools to the player. We say, hey, player, here's our game. Play it this way. And when you're done, you've unlocked the ability to make the HUD go away, to turn off sound design, to turn off music, to put your own music in. At that point, I was just saying, hey, let's give them all these tools to do anything they want. That we were never able to implement because, number one, it was another one of those things where it costs a lot of engineering time and there's no actual return on investment. But I just want you to know, I do have a big ego, but I wasn't so egotistical to say that players shouldn't have the right to do that. I just didn't want them to have it the first time out of the box where they could potentially ruin the experience for themselves. I just sort of hey, play my mix and then I don't care what you do.
It's kind of crazy to me that Halo 5 was the first Halo game that let you like individually mix parts of the soundscape. Like before that, you couldn't do it in any game, it was just always kind of weird to me because I always wanted that feature. I always wanted to be able to like maybe turn gun sounds down a little bit and have music up, or like turn environment sounds up a little bit more. It would have been cool to like, I don't know, add more replayability to the game.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think I want to just have that as an unlockable. You play the game, one of the things you get for finishing it on normal, it's not even like you had to finish it on legendary or heroic. I was saying if you finish the game on normal, we unlock your ability to do all these other things. But we just never got around to implementing that. And I'm just letting you know that's how that went.
That's interesting.
The option was, will we give it to the player right away? And I'm like, no, absolutely not.
That's a good idea though, honestly. I like that because having the game be presented in the first playthrough as the developer intended is like probably the best for setting expectations. Yeah, like it sets the best first impression. But then after that, it's like, okay, right, you've experienced it how we wanted to experience it. Go crazy, do what you want.
I remember a couple artists. I'm not even sure if Marcus ever said this, but a couple artists would come to me and say, "Why aren't you letting the player turn off all the sound effects or turn off all your music?" And I'm like, sure, I'll give you one of those sliders if you give me a slider where I can turn off all the red.
No more damage indicators.
Yeah, it's just going to be green and blue from this point forward. That's all you get. And and then they're like, well, who would want to do that? I'm like, exactly. So anyway,
that's interesting.
Yeah, I think it would have been fun. I am actually glad MCC gives you that option. I would still recommend players at least play the game once the way, we, of course, I don't know how well
MCC's got its own
mixed things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard rumors. Yeah, I've heard rumors about things not quite making the transition.
Yeah,
anyway.
they have fixed quite a lot of that in like the last year or so. There's been quite a few good updates for Halo 1 and Halo 2 in particular to fix a lot of the graphical issues. But I don't know as much of the like intricate details about that as other people. I think Taras knows more about that than me.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's a lot of the graphical issues have been fixed, but it's like the visual stuff when it comes to like the interactions with the game world and the way it interacts with the player. There's a lot that needs to be fixed still. Like enemies in Combat Evolved react like way too fast to you, especially at higher frame rates, and a lot of the music timing is just like busted. Things will pop. Tracks will randomly cut out or loop incorrectly, and it just sounds kind of like messy and sloppy. And what sucks is people then say, "Oh, it's because it's an old game," and it's like, no, it's because it's not working.
It's funny enough. The same goes for Halo 3's hit detection in multiplayer as well. Like for years now, I've almost been like convinced that Halo 3's online hit detection wasn't very good because of the MCC version. And then I went back to the day and played classic Halo 3. And I was on an American server, so I was like, oh god, here we go, it's going to be awful. And the hit detection was like, bloody Yanks in their servers. But no, the hit detection was like almost perfect. It just made me realise like MCC is changed a lot of things, and it's almost created like a Mandela effect in a way where you think something always existed as it was, but it didn't.
Yeah, that's an interesting. That's something that's somewhat unique to the. I think I've talked to you guys about this before, but like to the game industry, is once these platforms and systems die away, you are not playing the same game. So Halo 1 is a different game when you play on the original Xbox and an NTSC monitor. And, if you're going to play co-op and you play couch co-op or you play LAN multiplayer, if you have all the original hardware and the original discs, you're playing a different game than you're playing on MCC.
Yeah.
It just is.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to duplicate that exact thing. And that makes games somewhat unique. And it's kind of sad because over time, stuff could just go away and never be recoverable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why game preservation is so important, because as remasters come out, like you said, like it's almost impossible to one-to-one replicate the way that they played and they performed. So like having game preservation be something that people focus on is very important, because like there are already games that have kind of been lost to time that aren't playable anymore in their original state.
I feel
Well,
like
as you guys know, I mean, even Halo 1, as soon as it was ported to the PC by what's his name in
Gearbox?
Texas?
Gearbox.
Thank you. It was a different game. They had changed a couple of subtle things, or they had missed a couple of subtle whatevers. Maybe not so subtle, but it was different. And then I was just like, wait, this isn't right, and this isn't right. And other people were saying there's stuff that's broken, and only the people who it's like tribal knowledge. It's the people inside the studio at Bungie who knew exactly what it was supposed to be. And of course, the fans could figure it out why it was different. But people who were hired to do ports they weren't as invested in making sure it was exactly precisely the same thing. And then by the time MCC came around, I still to this day I can hardly believe that they were using the Gearbox port to do Halo MCC 1 on the next generation of consoles.
There were some weird bugs, like for the longest time, like small stuff, like the original sniper sound effect, the sound it would make, like it was always this newer, updated version, even if you played on classic. Like you think fans won't notice some of these really small things, but big ass nerds like us, we do.
Dude, that sniper sound, it did my head in for so long. It sounded, the sound was so small, if that makes any sense. Like it was a really short sound. It had no like long trail after it. Yeah, it was a sound they added with
actually the original sniper sound, that's me. I designed that one. So I know that's got a huge long trail on it. It has to.
Ooh.
Yeah, and it sounded like it was really punchy, but almost too punchy. Like there was no trail after it at all. And when they added the new one back, it was so obvious because it sounded so much better.
Well, I just if this sounds like I'm beating up on 343, I don't mean to, because my understanding is that MCC has gotten improved over the years, like vastly.
Yeah, massively.
Yeah.
Great. I'm really glad to hear that. I'm glad they did that because but I think the reason they did it is because what did you call about big ass fans like you? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
Kelly?
big ass nerds.
Big ass nerds.
Nerds, you actually ask them, like you let them know, right? You guys let them know that this isn't what you remembered, or this is not the way it's supposed to be, and side by side comparisons and all the rest. So I'm really, really, happy that they listened to you and they put once again
Just had to
they put the time and
effort.
effort and the cost. It cost them money to fix that stuff. And
Or
I
like
think
the
that-
Needler sound effect, like in one of the flights, everyone was like, the Needler doesn't sound like the Needler, and they went back before the game
they
came
changed
out.
that, like immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about
Cool.
Halo Infinite now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been very good with the MCC with patching it up and fixing it again, and like especially with a lot of the smaller stuff that for most people doesn't matter at all, but for big ass nerds like us. And for like preserving the original state of Combat Evolved in Halo 2, it does matter. Like even going as back as like changing the effect of the water in Halo 1. Like the water effect was kind of messed up in MCC, and it was like it didn't look bad. It just looked kind of wrong if you played Halo 1. Yeah, it looked wrong. But like But like for anybody who hadn't played the original Halo 1, like they wouldn't notice. Like it
God,
would just
all
be
the comments
like
I
water.
got on that video that I made, where people are just like, "Who cares? The game is
Oh
old."
yeah.
Since there is somebody who worked on that game, hey, Marty O'Donnell, do you care that those things were broken that you worked on?
Yes, of course I care. I mean, if my thing would be like, well, don't call it Halo, call it something else. If you're going to do something that's different than what we shipped, then don't then say it's like Halo Light or Halo evolved even more or whatever.
Halo Reforged.
Oh man,
Halo
And
Evolved
it's like-
Squared.
It's like all the fan versions of Halo. What's the Halo crazy version that's out there? And it's like
Cursed
fine.
First Halo.
Yeah, cursed Halo.
Oh
Do-
yeah.
do all that stuff. That's great. But if you're going to say this is the original Halo, then be true to what it was with all its warts. Just do it that way. Hey guys, it's after 3. It's going long. Neo? What do you think about spending just a little time letting some of the audience ask some questions of this esteemed panel?
Ooh,
Oh,
I
here we
say
go.
that is good timing.
Well, I'm gonna let me look through who's already here. Okay, there's 2 people I want to get for sure. I'm gonna ask Bill first, because Bill is one of the new generation of YouTubers who I'm gonna get up right now to have him speak. So here we go. Bill Pill, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, Bill's making some really cool videos, so go subscribe to his channel.
I
Yeah,
will
I'll
check
have to
them
check them out.
Hello.
Hey guys, and
Bill.
Marty,
Hello
thank you so much for that shout out, because I've definitely been following everyone up here and have been inspired by their content. So that means a lot. Thank you. It's awesome to be back up here.
Great.
And just quick thing, I also want to point out, we were making the joke about modern gaming, which is still a hilarious clip.
Yeah.
Another clip that lives in my head rent free, extremely resilient, from your Halo 2 video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, only on easy, and even then, not quite resilient.
So I did have a question for all of you guys, and as Marty said, I'm starting now with my content creation, and I'm just trying to figure out branding, because I do make a lot of Halo content, but I don't want to be exclusively like Halo. I want to branch out, talk about Zelda, Metal Gear Solid, all that stuff. So what have been your branding strategies over the past that have let your audience who might follow you from one game, like for you guys it's mainly Halo, to give you guys the opportunity, or to give them the incentive to be like, oh, this is not Halo or COD related content, but I should check this out. Like, what have been some tactics you guys have used?
ActMan is probably the best for this because he's nailed this more so than anyone else. So.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as branding goes, you're asking about like how do you reach out to larger audiences and not just one audience necessarily?
Yeah, like just to not like if you were to make like, and I said like Halo videos, if I made a video about like Zelda, to have your audience not be like, what the hell is this? Like, we're here for Halo. Like it's enough for them to be like, nah, we're open to the stuff. We're here for the creator, not for just the game.
That's exactly it. Is you have to make people feel like they're here for the creator. And that's you develop that over time. Like in my early days, I did a lot of Halo videos, and I established like a pretty close relationship with my audience over time. And then like I would experiment, do like a Call of Duty video here and there, and sometimes it would do well, and sometimes like early on, the videos that were a bit that weren't like typical Halo stuff, they didn't do as well. But some of them were really good, and I got good feedback. And it is kind of just like listening to your audience and what they want and what they're asking for, and trying out new things and seeing how people react to it. Like when I did my COD World War II review, that was kind of like I had a few videos right in a row that really sold people on my channel, I would say. And that's kind of when I knew, okay, they really like this video. I'm gonna keep doing that. that's pretty much like until you get to a point where like your audience understands you enough, and of course, like putting in the same amount of effort onto those videos. Like you don't want to early on, you don't want to overcommit to stuff that you're not entirely sure of. You know what I mean? Like how it's going to perform, so you don't feel like, oh shit, I just wasted all this time on this video that isn't performing well. So it's a balancing act for sure. But long and short would just be just make those videos with the same level of passion and effort that you would, and hope that your audience receives them well.
Great. Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, for sure.
That's the long and short of it.
Well, I do really like the thing you said, especially about it being early on, because I definitely don't want to make like 24 Halo videos and then they're like, well, this guy's a Halo creator now. It's like, oh no, he can always drop the occasional Halo video, but he still makes damn good videos about other stuff. Right?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
Exactly.
See, I feel like I kind of like burrowed myself into Halo a bit too much early on, and there were times like I remember years ago, Kelly, talking to you like, I want to make a video about like zombies. I want to make a video about Metal Gear.
You still can.
I actually think I will. This is the year where I will finally do that. But that's one of the key things. Early on, make a point about making your channel not just Halo and other things as well. Because if you cement yourself too much in just being Halo, it gets harder and harder to break out of that.
Right.
Only in your mind, though, because realistically, like, all of you guys, even Late Night and Nick, like, people would watch you even if you weren't playing Halo. I mean, maybe for Nick, it might be a bit more like, wait, you're not playing Halo? Like, on your streams or something? But
I find it more on my streams. People are way more open, and then on YouTube, if I ever upload something that's not Halo, like even my Twitter is basically like a Halo Twitter account at this stage. And anytime I don't tweet about Halo, they're like, "Wait, you're like not talking about Halo?" But
where's Green Man?
It's just kind of like it's kind of like my own fault. I've kind of like branded myself as like the Halo guy, which I'm not like upset about currently. I'm happy enough with that right now. There's definitely been like a period of time over the last couple of years, Halo's been like a super dry spot where I'm like, damn, being the Halo guy is real hard. But I don't know, it's kind of like the fine line between, as Kelly was saying, just make the content you want and people will enjoy it. But I feel like growing an audience, like, Kelly, you grew your audience with Halo stuff initially, and then breaking out of that to then expand and do more is like the really difficult task then.
Yeah.
I mean, last year, I finally bit the bullet and started making content about something that wasn't Halo.
Yeah.
And I was like genuinely blown away by how supportive people were. Because I always had it in my head. I was always like, oh, people don't really watch my videos for me. They watch it for Halo, and like I'm secondary or tertiary or whatever. But like I uploaded a video that was just not related to Halo at all, and it did really well. I was genuinely really surprised. Like I went into it with like a bit of a like critical mindset of thinking like, oh, it's not going to do very well, but it's just something different to post in the meantime whilst I wait for Halo stuff. But I think honestly, you'll be surprised by how well people will react to it. If you build like a solid base of people who enjoy your content, and enjoy your content more so for you and less, as weird as it sounds, less for the content and more for the person making the content.
Yeah, right.
I feel like once you've done that, the world is your oyster. You can kind of just make videos about almost anything you want at that point.
The way I see it, if you're like an up and coming creator, you've just started, it's almost not a bad thing to just focus on like one thing. And then once you've like made that audience that cares about you, they watch the video because, oh, Luke's in this video. I just want to see what Luke has to say today. Like, doesn't really matter about the context of the video. But if you like,
you mean when you beat Luke's ass? Is that what you're talking
exactly.
about?
Yeah, people will really care that I beat his ass. But like,
why do you guys keep talking about this video that was never happened? I don't understand why you keep making this up. This video was never got created. Never happened.
We're gonna have to do that again with Infinite real soon, Luke. But
for the first time.
Yeah, for the first time. Whatever makes you sleep at night. But my point is basically, if you like are a new creator and you're making videos on 8 different games and all the videos are totally different, it's going to be really hard to kind of build that initial audience unfortunately,
Right.
because if you're kind of spreading yourself thin, someone will subscribe for a cool Halo video. You upload like a Metal Gear Solid video or something like that, like straight after. They're like, oh, like what's this? I didn't really sign up for this content. Whereas if you grew that base, then they expect good solid content from you with every video, even if it is mainly Halo stuff. Then they'll probably be more open to checking out other stuff you've made in the future, because you've kind of proven to them like I can make consistent good videos. So maybe you'll find interest in something new.
So
Yeah,
it's almost like figuring out the sweet spot, like the perfect timing of building.
Yeah,
that
the
core.
timing is key. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's
yeah,
how I
and-
did it. I grew my audience with Halo, and then built a repertoire, and then just like slowly expanded. And if you want to just do one type of content, that's fine. But like when I did expand, it'd be like, okay, here's a Call of Duty video, and now it's here's 3 Halo videos, and then let's do Republic Commando, and then back to Halo. So I would like test the waters and see how people reacted, and I got to that point where it's like I'm a variety content guy, but like if you've been following my channel recently, I've pretty much just done only Halo videos the last few months, and I plan on doing like a Vanguard review eventually, but who gives a shit about that?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
I laughed my ass off at your Death Stranding video. Just
Yeah.
for the record.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, yeah.
thanks, Bill. Bill, I'm going to move you to the audience if you don't mind, because believe it or not, my grandsons are here, and I promised that I would play with them. So I just went out and set up Luigi's Mansion on the Nintendo Switch.
That game is
for my-
awesome.
Good
That
choice.
game is so
Nice.
good.
Yeah. So
No worries,
I'm
Marty,
a
but
fan.
thanks for bringing me up.
All right, thanks, Bill.
Yeah. Nice meeting you.
And
Yeah,
now
likewise.
I'm going to bring up another guy who I recognize, who's also a relatively new YouTuber, Shredded Nerd. So if you haven't,
Oh,
if
yeah.
you haven't been to
Hey.
his stuff, he's done
Nice.
some amazing stuff. So welcome, Shredded Nerd.
Hello, everyone. It's happy to be here.
So,
Hello.
Okay, so first of all, I got a question for Marty. So I think in a previous stage chat, you talked about, you've spoken about other composers you've met, like Koji Kondo, Nobuo Uematsu, people like that.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I want to say, looking at their bios, a lot of them, one interesting thing was they all seem to be influenced by ELP, the band. So I'm wondering, to what degree did they influence your music? And I guess more broadly, just video game music as a whole.
Well, those guys didn't influence me at all because I'm older than them. I've talked about this before, and so
Yeah.
I didn't grow up listening to their stuff. But
Oh, no, sorry, I meant ELP.
oh, ELP. Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
ELP was a huge influence. Because I grew up being classically trained and sort of sneaking in, listening to rock and roll and pop music. When my parents weren't paying attention. It was a pretty strict household where, like, my dad
Devil
was
music.
Yes. Well, it wasn't devil music as much as there's classical music and music that's really good because you have really well-trained musicians who are doing amazing music that's historically right. And then you have other good music, which is jazz and big band, because my dad was a disc jockey and he came out of the big band era and knew, all sorts of musicians from that era. So rock and roll was always considered to be pretty low class in my household, because at the beginning, rock and roll was 3 chords and musicians were not necessarily that talented. So I was pretty snobby as a kid when it came to music. So by the late 60s, all of a sudden, there were some other bands that started playing, like Blood, Sweat, and Tears or Chicago, the Moody Blues, some other bands where suddenly the music was a little bit more interesting. And this was before I even got into the Beatles, believe it or not. The Beatles were just this pop band that I kind of didn't pay that close of attention to when I was a kid. But when ELP came out, I was at the perfect age. They were playing versions of Bela Bartok and Mussorgsky. Keith Emerson was a classically trained musician. And so I could play this at full volume in front of my mom and say, "Look, it's Bartok." And she was like, "Yeah, that guy's really good. That Keith Emerson guy is an amazing keyboard player." So that's why they were so influential for me. It was my introduction into rock and roll and pop music, sort of through this back door of highbrow progressive rock, which led me right down the path of Led Zeppelin and then back into late Beatles. I think the first Beatles album I ever bought, believe it or not, was Abbey Road, which is actually the last album they ever recorded together. But I started listening to the Beatles with Abbey Road when I was in college. And I realized I had really missed out on some amazing stuff in the 60s that I lived through, but I didn't pay attention to. So, but yeah, ELP was a huge influence on me, and they sort of gave me my legitimate foot in the door to play music that was more interesting than just 3-chord rock and roll. So that's a long-winded answer. What you got to have some questions for these luminaries on the stage too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was trying to think of something. Well, I had another one for you, Marty.
Okay.
I'll think of another one in the mid. So yeah, well, before we were talking about like modern development practices and how things changed. Is there any change that you've kind of witnessed, like in terms of agile development? Like how has modern development processes changed versus around the time you were making Halo?
Yeah, I mean, certainly even having a term like agile and whatever all the other terms are for different kinds of, doing stand-ups and sprints and blah, 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 blah. None of that stuff was happening at the beginning. It was, it's just a bunch of guys throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks, what's fun, what happens, what works, what doesn't. Everybody had input. Everybody was smart. Everybody was stupid all at the same time. It was the Wild West. It's way, way less Wild West now. And so there are advantages to having better organization and better production discipline. But there's something you lose. There's some sort of spark that I think you can lose if you go too much in that formal production sense. I think one of the downsides of having huge teams is everybody is trained in a silo of skills, and they never seem to get outside of their silo. They don't see the big picture. Whereas everybody on a team of 30, this is why I think indie developers have sort of an interesting approach now, because it's still a small team and everybody on the team is important. And even if you have a specialty, you bleed over into every other part of the game because everybody is needed. Whereas on the teams with 1,000 people, I said this the other day, if your job is just going to be, making the door locks shiny on, and that's it. That's your only job. And it might be the best thing you could possibly do, and you might be doing it in an amazingly artistic way, but you'll have no input into the story or the design of, level design or environment or anything else. You're just doing a specific job. That's the thing I think is too bad. I think there's a communal sort of crazy approach that we used to have. That's, unless you have a team of under 40 or 50 people, you're not going to get that. So I don't know what the solution to that is, because there's something just amazing about AAA games that you can only make with really, really big teams and big budgets. But there's also something that's lost. So I don't know. What do you guys up on stage here? You must see. This is one of the things I also want to say is that as fans and also content creators, you're spending time with tools that allow you to edit and mix and do a lot of really creative things. I would hope that you don't spend the rest of your life, and not that there's anything wrong with that, but if you spend the rest of your life making videos about other things, that might be very lucrative. But I also would love to see some of you guys get into game design teams and bring some of that knowledge you have and make a game. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
I'd be down at some point for sure.
Way
There's a
ahead of you.
bunch of talented people in the like the modding community. They learn well. I think now that all the tools for the original Halo trilogy are out, so like there's some pretty, like I said, pretty talented people out there, and they're basically the same. From what I know, the same tools that you use to make the game.
Cool.
Yeah,
Well, one of the reasons for this, one of the reasons for my Discord channel is because I want to encourage all these. I want to go around the system and imbue my aesthetic approach and whatever knowledge I have to the next generation, and encourage you guys to figure out how to get together and make games that have that same sort of aesthetic that you all are attracted to. And I think you have identified it a lot better than some of the people who are making games right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I certainly like know a lot of people. I don't have any experience actually like coding or making games to any degree, but I think my specialties lie in kind of knowing what people really like about something and being able to put that into words and like show it off and explain why whacking the trees at the start of Halo 3 left such an impact on me. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
So if I ever were to do like game stuff, I don't know what my role or job title would be, but
I'm in the same position as you, dude. Like I've got 5 years now of doing YouTube, and I know how to nitpick details, but I don't know what to do with those skills of nitpicking. It's not exactly like something I can put on a resume.
Hey, Marty, you could be a reference on my resume, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would be. But,
That's
you
one hell of a
maybe
reference.
You and Neo get together and see what happens.
Right.
I like this. Where's this
That
going?
sounds good.
And we got
Cooking
an
now.
engineer in the room here too. We got Decon is an
Oh, no.
amazing engineer. So
Great
I
things
do
to happen.
computer science, so
excellent. Okay.
I was in
Definitely,
computer science, but I was kind of in the back just hosting Quake 3 LAN parties, so I never really did my homework. Do I still count?
Well, I'm gonna tell you guys this one more time. I think I've shared this with you before, but like I took, after I got my master's in music composition, very, very official degree from USC. I realized I needed I knew computers were going to be important in the future. That's how old I am. So I took 14 units of computer science at Pasadena City College, a community college. So I learned, the basic computer programming in BASIC and COBOL and Fortran. So how about that? So I mainly did that because, well, number one, I liked it. As soon as I started taking these classes, even though I had a master's at a junior college, I really liked what I was learning. But I also knew that like I would have a sort of, for the rest of my life, I would have a fundamental understanding of algorithms and just how programmers think a little bit, so they could never like fool me from that point on.
To be fair, on the topic of content creators starting their own studios, Dr. Disrespect has literally just done that.
Yeah.
So maybe that's like the floodgates opening. Maybe that's the first of many.
Well, he was
also,
a game developer before Dr.
Yeah,
Disrespect.
I suppose that.
He worked
I
on
suppose that's a
Call
little
of
bit
Duty.
Yeah.
Dr. Disrespect has been around a long time. He was Dr.
Yeah.
Disrespect.
I used to watch him way back in the day.
Yeah. Dude, when
He
he
has
used to
a
do this,
Halo
like,
3 video on his channel that's really funny.
I used to watch him back in 2011 as well, when they used to do those like Call of Duty like YouTuber tournaments back in the day. I forgot what they were called, but like he's had that same persona since like 2010. It's kind of
Wow.
crazy. It still sticks. Yeah, it's still really good. Still works.
One warning I would give all you guys if you ever go into game development is that you might want to sort of like change your name in some way, because you'll be a target for all those people you criticized for all these years. So your first game will probably get highly criticized if it's like, oh, the ActMan made a game? Wow, we're coming after him, man.
Oh yeah, he was on the other foot.
What is like successor to modern gaming? Is it modern gaming, or like what comes after that?
Postmodern gaming.
Future gaming.
Future.
Marty, do you see that meme in the stage chat?
Oh, I'll look.
The two scarabs.
Classic.
Is it towards the bottom? No.
Yeah, or a little bit up. It's from Hazard. You see
Kelly,
it with
you
the
just love a good meme, so you do.
I do, but
Is it in stage chat?
yeah.
Yeah, I'll post it again.
Yeah, put it in again at the end because I'm.
Oh yeah, it has a.
Yeah, me at the piano, whatever. Yeah.
It's on-
Yeah, that's funny. I love that. I love all the burning
Made
piano ones.
it was like Chief on like a mongoose with Marty on the back, just playing like a Casio keyboard.
I haven't seen that one. Post-
That was, what's funny about stuff like that in Halo 3 is, like I was saying before, is like I was able to bring back all these things from Halo 1 and 2, finally do, full real orchestra versions of some of my favorite pieces from Halo 1. And then I could find all of these really like perfect moments to unleash some of this stuff. And it just all fell into place. It was so much fun to do that because I'd done Halo 1 and 2. Going into Halo 3, I had no idea what was going to happen. And once I decided I'd throw piano in on the announced trailer, which was a full year before, more than a year before we shipped the game. But at that point I thought, you know what, I can use a lot more piano in this version. And getting to the Two Scarabs version, it was just like, oh man, this is great. I get to let it all hang out and just really rip it. So it was a blast. It was really fun to do that.
Okay, I got a question.
I'm looking at the memes now. I shouldn't be. That's bad. Okay.
Yeah, I got another question for the YouTubers now. So
Excellent.
this is just for all of you. Are there any kind of demand you would say isn't being met? Or are there any opportunities that aren't really being in the market that aren't really being filled so far by the creators, for example? Specifically things that like you wouldn't say is suited for your channel, but there's still an opportunity there. If you get what I mean.
Do you mean in terms of like a game or like a style of game or something?
Or content
No. I
on
mean
the
in terms of
platform.
YouTube content.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
I think something has like a lot of potential on YouTube is like YouTuber game shows, because game shows in like the modern like world are huge. I know in the UK there's like 15 major game shows going on at once that like
wild.
constantly, like they'll be there for like 2 seasons and then they'll end and then another one will replace it. And I know in America they're massive as well. And I feel like that's a pretty big area of like untapped potential. I'm seeing more people do it nowadays, getting more common, but something, I don't know, just something like for example, a few weeks ago I did a Halo Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on a friend Nate God's Twitch channel, and it was really cool. And I was like, hang on, why are more people not doing this? There's a lot of potential there.
There's always
Good
a
idea.
market for everything. Like, even though like I took a lot of inspiration from when I was making my videos and my video reviews. I took a lot of inspiration from channels that I like to watch, and so I was like, I want to make something that I would want to watch or rewatch, whether it be reviews or it's like just a funny gameplay video. Like it's a limitless platform, and you don't know there's a market until you create one. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
no, that's true. Yeah, that makes sense. I get what you mean there. And I guess another question regarding like collaboration. How do you handle that? How do you reach out to people and what kind of videos would you say are best for that, you know?
I think 1v1
He's not gonna let it go. He's never gonna let it
I can't believe you guys are talking about this video that never got made. It's crazy, dude. Crazy. No,
think it's
on
one
the
of those
topic of
AI
collaborations, that's actually something that we still haven't kind of figured out. I mean, me and ActMan have been discussing this recently, like going back and forth about collaboration ideas, and we're still not 100% sure how we do it. If like we have one video on one person's channel, like a video cut in half, and half it goes on one person's channel, half it goes on the other. Like that's something that I don't think you ever really fully figure out. It depends on who you do the collaboration with. And in terms of reaching out to them, I think honestly, like maybe Discord is the best place, or Twitter, or like even commenting on videos before. Like I think the first time I ever actually met ActMan was I commented on one of his videos, or he commented on one of my videos, and we met, and that's it. So like, I think just reaching out in any capacity is useful.
Well, it's also like being a public figure. Like, when I'm working on big videos, like I don't get a chance to watch other people's videos, but when I do, if I really like a video, I'll usually drop a comment, and you know, it lets people see you. I mean, I guess it's easier for people that are verified on YouTube because their comments are just naturally like pushed to the top. But it's also just like basic interacting with people like on social media and whatnot until you kind of create a presence for yourself. Collaborations are something that I pretty much only do if it feels right. Like it has to feel just right, and because you don't want to just have it be like you don't want to just phone it in. You know what I mean? But like I've got a couple videos with Luke that hopefully now that he's settling down on the Infinite content, we can kind of work on that.
Yeah.
But one of them would be like forgotten Halo weapons or forgotten Halo vehicles or something like that, where we talk about stuff like the Spectre or the Prowler or the flamethrower, or like all these different things, the blue sentinel beam that you might have forgotten about, and like what was the purpose of this? Like, why isn't this returned? This was cool. I'd like to see this implemented. Another one was like a great video title, which is The Lost Art of Halo's Map Design, and me and Luke would talk about stuff like the stalactites in Waterworks, or like how every Halo 2 map had some form of interaction in it, and like newer Halo games and most newer shooters don't really have this level of interaction in the maps. So, I mean,
did you guys kill other people using the stalactites? Because that was cool.
I don't know if I ever got a kill, but trust me, I tried a lot.
But it's cool, you know? It's something that makes the level feel unique and different, even if practically it doesn't change much.
Like COD Ghosts, the trees, you know? The collapsing trees.
Oh, not just the trees, that tree.
Oh,
that
the
one
tree
right there.
That falls over.
Yeah, collabs just gotta, for me, they gotta feel right. Like I did that, Nick and I played Halo 2 Lasso one time, and it was just like, holy fuck, how do we get past the first room?
Yeah. Whenever I reach out to someone to do a collab, I try and reach out with an idea that is kind of new to them, so it's more interesting. For example, with Kelly, you know, doing Halo 2 Lasso, you'd done that like Legendary New Death series, but it's something you didn't typically do on your like main channel, so I thought it would maybe be cool for you to try that. And then with Luke, me and Luke have actually done a ton of videos together.
Yeah.
Whereas I kind of looked at it as it was giving Luke a way to do like live gameplay stuff, which he's done more so now. But you know, for a while there, you weren't really doing live gameplay stuff. So I thought it might be interesting for him to like play Firefight and you know live and just chat about Halo or a 1v1. Like Hidden Xperia doing a 1v1 is not a thing his fans would ever really see. So you know, a collaboration on my channel of him doing that.
He didn't see it either. So.
Yeah, he didn't see it either.
Well, it's impossible to see something that doesn't exist, unless, of course, it happened in the fourth dimension. There's always that, which maybe.
Yeah, but you get what I mean. Like giving the person you're approaching like a interesting concept instead of being like, "Hey, do what you do already, but do it on my channel." I feel like that isn't like an interesting concept. Whereas if you approach them with a really cool, unique idea, then I feel like people would be way more interested, because like people reach out to me all the time saying, "Hey Nick, can I be your next 1v1?" And I'm like, I don't know this person. I don't know if the 1v1 would be interesting. I don't know if the conversation would be fun at all. You know, but if someone reached out to me with a really cool idea, I'd be like, oh, like that's really interesting. So come up with like a fun concept for the person you're reaching out to.
I think when it comes to collabing as well, you need to, based on the content of the video, you need to make sure that you kind of jive well with the person that you're collabing with, because if you don't get along well, and if conversation doesn't kind of flow naturally with that person, then it can come off as kind of awkward. Whereas like me and Nick, like we talk all the time. Like when we record a collab, I don't even really.
I kind of
regard
feel
us as
recording half
it.
the time.
Oh yeah, dude, same. Like I never really think like, oh, I'm recording a video right now. We just talk like we normally do,
Yeah.
but we just hit record at the same time. So I think the more natural you can make it feel, and the more you can get to know the person who you're going to collab with, that'll definitely help a lot.
Yeah. And I think that's like a whole different subject as well, because a lot of time I see people being like, "Oh, these big YouTubers never want to help out these like smaller creators." It's never about that for me personally. It's just I don't know this person, so I feel I don't want to like force myself into this position where we make a weird video and I don't know if I like how it's come out, if you know what I mean. Whereas, you know, we have time to get to know each other. Then after we actually know what each other's like, if we get on well with conversation, then from there you can kind of move on to a collaboration.
Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense.
Hey, thanks a lot, Shredded Nerd. Let's get a couple more people. I need
right.
to leave relatively soon, but I appreciate your question, and let's get a couple more people.
Thank you for having me on.
Neil, I'm going to let you roll the dice.
Sure. Are we doing written questions, or are we bringing more people up?
Whatever you, if there's some questions you've already kind of determined should be talked about, that'd be good. Or you can try to grab somebody from the audience, whatever you like.
We can also be more concise in our answers if you would like.
No, that'll never happen.
Yeah.
Imagine asking the guy who made a 55-minute video on BioShock 1 to be concise.
Yeah, the guy that has 450 flood videos.
So this is something that I read, but it was directed for Marty, but I suppose especially in terms of general, just I mean, because you know I also do music and there's people who do art. Obviously, you guys do YouTube as well. I think it's applicable to kind of all sort of creation of media. This is from 88 Buttons. Hey guys, when do you feel your song, or I guess in this case, creation is finished, as in sort of ready to be implemented or ready to go out there? Like what's kind of the point where you know it's ready?
It's never ready. It's always compromising and saying I gotta release it now. I can't keep working on it or it's never gonna come out.
For me, it really depends on the kind of video. Because my video style can vary quite a lot. Like some stuff I have that's like hyper scripted. Like I'll even in the script I'll like write comments on certain bits of the script where like we have bits of footage here or like bits of a cutscene here. So for scripted videos, I know when it's done. Like I know when it's up to a quality bar that I'm happy with, and I know when it's like finished and ready to go. Whereas some videos where it's more like kind of like more casual, jokey gameplay stuff, that stuff I feel like I can keep editing it forever, and I have to like draw the line somewhere, otherwise the video is never going to go out.
Yep.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I would just say that I admire all of you guys who are able to have your own deadlines and your own milestones and do them based on your own pressure. My entire creative life has pretty much been, I don't have any choice. This is going on TV tomorrow, and I can't push it. This is going to be out. This has got to be out for Christmas. This is what everybody wants. The deadlines come from somebody else, and that's when things are done. Now, I know how to get things to the point where they feel finished to the majority of people, but a lot of times, things for me personally, I feel like, yeah, I could keep dicking around with that forever and never share it. So deadlines from other forces have always been a motivating factor for me. I know how to polish. It's hard for me to know how to let go of something unless somebody else rips it out of my hands.
Absolutely, yeah.
It certainly helps to have sponsorships that are like, hey, the video needs to come out at this day. And because I'm usually like, okay, got it in my head. And then the day is like shortly before, and I'm like, oh, I have mismanaged my time yet again. I need a couple extra days. And they're always like, we got you. We know how you work.
Yeah, that helps with me as well quite a lot. Although it can sometimes go the other way and be a bit annoying, where it's like they've got a deadline here and they don't approve what you need to be approved by then, and then they're like, "Oh, we'll push the deadline back," and it's like, "Well, that was my deadline as well, and you've pushed it back now," which is not fun. I've had that a few times.
Yeah, it's a very hard thing to be your own boss and to be a good boss because you have to strike that balance between working too much, setting realistic deadlines, and overworking yourself and, like just never finishing something. The biggest thing that, like, especially with upcoming creators or people that want to do YouTube, and I say this all the time when people ask me, like, how do you get started on YouTube, is like, just post something. Just post it. Like, don't worry about quality as much. Don't worry about what people are going to say or what they're going to think about it. It's like any other tool or skill. You have to like develop. You have to go through the motions, right? You have to come up with the music piece and craft it, and then you get better over time. And it's the same thing with football or videos. It's just a skill, a talent that you develop over time.
I do see a lot of smaller creators, or not even smaller creators, people that want to be creators, like never releasing anything. They're saying like, I'm going to release something soon, I'm going to release something, and like working on something for like maybe too long, or maybe working on too many different things and never actually ending up releasing anything. And I feel like that's the best advice. Just get something out the door, get some feedback on it, get something out there that can motivate you to create something that's better than that and to improve on the flaws of what you'd already made. And that'll kind of spur you on to make more content, I think.
Real quick, guys, as long as I have you all here, I might as well make this announcement now, but from this point forward, none of you are allowed to use any of my music ever again.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Come on.
I was like paralyzed in fear for a second.
Looks like Project Odyssey.
Yeah, Neil's ready to go.
There goes half the revenue on my channel.
There goes 99.99% of my revenue.
Look at me, guys. I got you covered.
Yeah, by the way, actually, that's one of the things, obviously, that's one of the reasons why I've invited you all here, is I actually, not only do I enjoy watching what you have, your ideas for videos, but I actually really enjoy the way you use, most of the time you're using music that I'm very familiar with. Let's just put it that way. So I love that. I think it's great. Keep doing it. Do as much as you want.
Hell yeah.
Okay, another question.
Yes, this is one that So I saw the question, and I had a few minutes to think about it, and I think I've got, I've had an idea come from it that I think could be a really interesting discussion. This is from Little Fish, who said, what games or game systems are you inspired by or admire? But I want to put my twist on this and ask you all, what is a game mechanic that has always really stood out to you from a game? Like something that's really unique that you've maybe only seen in like one or two or just a few games.
Can I go first?
Sure.
Right. It's not technically an official mechanic, but button combos in Halo 2. I love Halo 2's button combos. And I think the idea of taking an element of like fighting games and blending them with a first-person shooter is something that is so untapped, and I can't believe after Halo 2 and how big specifically the competitive scene of Halo 2 was with the button combos, I can't believe no game out there has ever tried that again, with like official button combos in the game that are made by the devs, that are balanced by the devs, with like, for example, like in a fighting game, you can go into a list in the menus and see all the combos and how to do them. Having that in a game for like double shot or BXR or quad shotting or BXB or just something like that is something that I can't believe has never happened. Halo 2's gameplay to me is like my favorite. I love Halo 2's gameplay more than any other game, full stop. And the button combos are one of the elements of that, because yes, they're really powerful, but at the same time, there's such a great risk reward to them, because if you fail a BXR, then you've got a locked reload animation, or if you fail a double shot, then your gun doesn't work for like a second or so. So there's definitely like a risk to pulling them off, but if you do pull them off, then the reward is so satisfying. And I can't believe no game has ever tried to do that in an official capacity after Halo 2.
Sure,
That's
yeah.
that's a good answer.
There is, well, you said balanced, right? So I guess Halo Infinite's like, early flight.
Oh, that was not balanced. No. It might have been fun for like 10 minutes, but that thing was absolutely disgustingly broken. I like the idea, but how it was in game, no.
Great custom game option.
Yeah, true.
Oh yeah, I hope it returns in some form. Sorry, Kelly, did you have something?
Oh, no, I just totally spaced right now.
Vibe. But yeah, because that question sort of inspired me. I was like, I wonder what sort of game mechanics there are from sort of games that are kind of like a one-off or unique thing that have never really been seen in, like, many popular games, but are something that that had potential to be something really special. Yeah, go for it.
I got one. They got the guy from Republic Commando and Halo 5, and I've always wanted to see this in a Halo game on like a basic level. Black Ops 2 actually incorporated this, and it was really fucking cool. Do you guys, any guesses what I'm gonna say?
The RTS
I think
stuff.
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like being able to strategically command groups of troops. Like in Republic Commando, it's really cool to be able to like send a guy to go, set up shop at a sniping place, or go heal or secure this position or take offensive formation. And I always want, like in Halo 5, it was there, but in a more basic kind of stripped down version of Republic Commando. But like if you had like a squad of 6 Marines, you could send 2 of them to go in a Warthog and then have 4 of them come on your Scorpion, and you could just issue simple but basic commands that allow you to, direct these Marine squads, and that would make like campaign gameplay so strategic and so fucking awesome. You'd really feel like a part of a bigger war. And it's still cool in like Halo 3 to have those big set pieces with all the Marines and all the vehicles, but exerting some control over them is something that I would love to see.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, how about one more question? Because I need to go before 4. So
Yeah.
Yes.
one more question.
We could round it out with bringing one more person up.
Sure.
Let me see who's got the hands raised. 768. Come on up. Hello.
Welcome. Nice
Oh
icon.
wow, I actually didn't expect that. Oh wow, thanks, Neo. Okay. My question. See, Neo, you caught me off guard, man.
That's what I do, baby. That's what I do.
Neo, for real, the instigator. No cap. Okay. All right. You guys already touched a lot on my question, but I feel like I want to talk about it a bit more. So so you talked about before about how you think you would have preferred if you played as a silent elite instead of the dervish, but you felt like you were wrong about that later on, correct? You thought it was like,
Yeah.
oh yeah. So how do you feel overall about like the silent protagonist debate? Do you feel like more games should take that route? Do you feel like both are fine and you just prefer one over the other? Because like I know you're a huge Zelda fan. In the I don't know if you played Breath of the Wild, but it has some cutscenes. I think it's about 15. I can't remember. Link is like directly involved in like all of them. It's not like the Rookie where he's like by himself a lot in New Mombasa, so he doesn't really need to talk. But Link is there all the time, and it's just so awkward for me where like all these characters are talking to him, and he's just standing there like, yeah, okay. he doesn't even say like, yeah, okay. He's just standing there. So if it were up to you, would you give Link a voice? Would you do you still like the silent protag thing? Because me personally, like I feel more immersed when I can relate to the character.
Yeah.
Not so much where he's just silent, right?
So
like
I've talked to a lot of game designers about this very thing. I feel like there is so in literature you have first person, you have, there's different perspective in literature. Like you look at what is the point of view of some piece of literature? Are you in God mode essentially in literature? I forget what it's called, third person something, where you actually are able to share everybody's thoughts like on the page. Like every character, you can actually share their thoughts on the page. Are you from a first person perspective? First person narrative that only the narrator is the teller of the story. So in literature, there are these, and you know, these points of view concepts that are pretty well figured out. And I feel like in games, especially storytelling in games, there is a in-depth way of really codifying the point of view. And first person really means camera perspective. It doesn't mean storytelling perspective. Third person is camera's perspective. It's not narrative. So I think this is an area that needs to be expanded more. So the silent protagonist in Halo, I think, works really well, mostly silent, although I think it's really important that Master Chief has a voice, as long as he doesn't have such a in-depth backstory that you feel like, where are these thoughts coming from? Like, you kind of know what Master Chief knows, and he knows what you know, and you feel very unified. You don't have him suddenly going off on, you know, Captain Keyes' backstory. He doesn't say, Captain Keyes, good to see you again. Remember that time on Planet,
Yeah.
you know, in New York when we went out and saw the strippers? I mean, if he started saying that, you would be completely disconnected from Master Chief. But that's because our perspective was, the point of view was, you are Master Chief. That's your point of view. And this is why I think it was interesting when you were the Arbiter. You weren't really the Arbiter. You were still kind of in your own mind. You were still kind of really Master Chief, but you were taking this ride and controlling the Arbiter. And it worked really, really well. So I don't even know what to call that. But so
both work really well, but I feel like I can relate to the Arbiter a lot more than I can relate to Master Chief. You know, and that cool. Immersion just works so much better for me. You know what I'm saying, right?
Well, no, I mean, I think this is a great area. What I would say is, I was just playing Resident Evil, the latest the Village, right, with the big tall lady. I just started playing some of it, and I can't tell you how annoyed I was by my own quote unquote inner voice. My character's voice was saying some of the
watch my video, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, do you have one? Okay.
Yeah, no, I make fun of that a lot.
Yeah, I hate the games where it's like, look, I already see the weird thing. Why am I saying that out loud?
Yeah,
like, as a player, I see it. I don't want.
Agree with that.
There's a game called Horizon Zero Dawn that I like in spite of itself, and holy mother of God, I wish the protagonist would shut up for 5 seconds and let the environment speak for itself.
Superhero games do that a lot. Like the Spider-Man 2018 game. It's like, the Batman game. I'm like, can you shut up, please? I already know that.
I have a hard time playing the Spider-Man games with all the it's like, he's not even breathing hard. I'm doing these amazing acrobatic things, and he's just making all these funny quips that seem like just a dude standing in a recording studio. That's my problem.
No, I agree. No, I 100% agree. Yeah, totally. But it's like, there's a difference between that and then, like, have you played Red Dead Redemption 2?
Yeah.
Where it's just like the dialogue in that game is so like well written, like they feel real, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I agree. I think there's a lot of discussion that I think game designers and writers need to really have to nail it properly. All the inner monologue games where you're hearing your thought, quote unquote, your thoughts. Like, you know, you just get your fingers bit off in whatever the game I was just talking about, Resident Evil. Your fingers are bit off, and you're somehow not paying attention to the fact that your fingers have just gotten bit off. Of course, you're still holding the gun with two hands because you want to be proper. And then you see something in the snow, and you go, gee, I wonder what that is. And I'm like, what? I don't wonder what that is. My fingers just got bit off. Like,
that is true.
There were so many disconnects that just jerked me out of the game. Now,
the game assuming what you're thinking for you.
Yes, and I think that's a problem. So what is your point of view? And if you haven't really sold the point of view in a really solidly, in a way that really connects you to the player. Like, when I'm playing Zelda, I am Link. I am that character. So I don't remember thinking, I wish Link was talking. in the cutscenes. But it's possible it could have been good if he was saying, I need a weapon. If he was saying the kinds of things that I was thinking, I think that could be cool. But for example,
I need the Master Sword.
yeah, exactly. But when I played, for example, and I want you guys to come in on this too, because this is a great topic. But when I played Halo 4 for the first time, I had to stop almost immediately because one of my rules of like how I was trying to convince people that you were Master Chief was you weren't going to have these long, chatty Cathy conversations with Cortana. That just wouldn't make sense. And one of the very first things that happened is me supposedly, Master Chief starts having this long, drawn-out conversation with Cortana, and I'm just like, I don't believe it. I'm not that guy. I'm not him anymore.
Yeah, he's making choices and having thoughts independently of your own input. And it gets even worse with those QuickTime events. Master Chief in gameplay is literally doing things that you have no control over. Like, you're not him anymore. You're watching somebody else play the game for you.
Yes. So I do agree, like, to an extent, because in Halo 4 he kind of just talks sometimes where I'm just like, well, that didn't like feel right, like it doesn't feel like something he would say, or it doesn't feel like something the player would even pay attention to. So
in-game dialogue, I got to tell you, in-game dialogue is a really tricky thing because you have to be acknowledging what the player is actually doing. So it's like I was driving the Warthog like a crazy man in Halo 4, and Cortana and Chief are having a calm conversation, and I'm like, they're not even aware of the player, me, driving like a crazy person. And like when I'm running around, like if my character's going to say something and I'm running, I should sound out of breath. Or if I drive too close to a cliff and Cortana wants to tell me something about a cave, she should say, "What are you doing? Don't drive so close to the cliff. Oh, by the way, that cave's not a natural formation." I mean, she has to sound like she's existing in the world with you, the player / Master Chief. And that's not an easy thing to do, but you have to do it.
Was that part of the reason why you never implemented sprint? Because it would sound weird if Master Chief was huffing and puffing when the player isn't.
Well, we did it on Reach a little bit.
On Reach,
so
yeah, I know you did a little on Reach.
Yeah, the start of every Reach multiplayer game is.
Yeah, it's that's a good question. We never talked about sprint in the first 4 Halos that we did, so it was never an issue. Sense. But it was like, I always, we would have different actors do the same mission dialogue lines depending on what Marine was still alive. So we knew if the Aussie was dead, we would have somebody else do the lines. So everybody did the mission dialogue lines depending on which Marine was around. But part of the direction was always like, you just ran, 50 yards to get to the Warthog and tell Master Chief something. So we always, it's really important to make all that stuff feel real. But that's easy for other actors. For the internal monologue games, I'm not convinced by just about any of them at this point. There's a few that do it kind of cool, but some just are really annoying to me.
I was going to say...
How do you guys feel about it? How about the rest of you?
Well, I was going to say the reason I think Bioshock 1 and the original Half-Life work so well is they take that, like, okay, you're just a guy doing the things that people are telling you to do, and they completely flip it on its head in the last, like, third of the game or the very last mission, and you don't actually question what you've been doing that whole time or the directions you've been taking or what people have been telling you to do. You've just been like, okay, I'm just a silent guy, I'm not really a person. And then it turns out, well, you are. Like G-Man shows up and he's like, I've got an offer for you, and you're like, what the fuck? There's more to the game. I didn't just win.
And I always appreciate that, like, the games, their dialogue, like, nobody in the game seems bothered by the fact that the avatar is not, like, speaking out loud. Like, the dialogue is written in a way that they're open-ended. Like, they're never expecting a response from the player. So for me, it never took me out of the moment, because just the dialogue, they never wanted... They're okay with me being a little bit quiet. They just want me to listen to them.
I think ODST did that so well as well. There's that one cutscene where Rookie finds Dare in the ground, and she has like an entire conversation with him, but he just doesn't say a word. But it doesn't seem unnatural at all. At no point does it seem awkward or just not right.
Yeah,
Well,
she's
okay,
perfectly
so,
okay with him being quiet.
Yeah.
To me, it does, only because like she asked like a couple questions and they all feel like yes or no, and I'm just like, well, I don't feel like someone would be saying yes or no questions. But the opening cutscene in ODST, where they're all kind of just talking with each other, and I gotta say that dialogue is smooth. It feels real, right? But it's like it doesn't feel awkward because the rookie's just like sleeping, like he's just chilling, minding his own business, And
he's the strong silent type, remember?
Yeah.
Hey, the strong silent type.
But it's like there it feels right. Like even in the cutscenes in New Mombasa, where he's just like chilling by himself, and he just finds all these things. He's not gonna see all these clues and say something out loud, Like he's just gonna think internally, and so that's why he doesn't say anything. I feel like games get that wrong, where they just tell you stuff. It's like, oh wow,
That's a pretty good point.
This sniper's broken and it's chilling on the floor. Yeah, no shit. You didn't need to tell me that. Like, so it's like
this is one of the keys. So like about in movies it's show don't tell, and for us we would talk about it in games. It's not just show don't tell. It's experience don't show. Like we want you to experience it. We don't even want to show you everything. We want you to experience it yourself. We're not going to tell you. Like I remember working on Riven, and Robin Miller would say, I'm tired of these games that actually print on the screen. You see something shiny in the corner of your right eye, glinting in the sun. It tells you what you're supposed to do and what you're supposed to look at. He says, I actually want to make something shiny that's shining in the right side so that you turn and look at it. And, you don't want to also then have some dialogue that says, what's that shiny thing over to the right? I mean, that's just horrible. It just completely blows the power of an interactive medium that has, sound and visuals and dialogue and all these other things. You don't need to tell everything. And
Witcher 3 actually does
really
that
want to
really
experience it. Yeah. Which does?
Yeah, Witcher 3 with Geralt, where like he's, he checks some tracks and it's kind of like his inner monologue that he would be thinking, but he's just saying it so that the player can hear his voice. He's like, like blood spatter, didn't get far, must have gone this way, like small stuff. And,
cool.
and I think Witcher 3 gets it down really well.
Okay, I'll have to try Witcher 3 and see how they do, because I haven't been super convinced by a lot of the. I was playing Deathloop. I think it was Deathloop that has a bunch of inner monologue stuff that just
that's
got
a bad one.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, that character. Oof.
I've
He's got a lot to say. He has a lot of opinions about the world.
It's kind of funny, like even with Geralt, you think about him, or when you think about Gordon Freeman or Jack from BioShock or Master Chief, they all have some kind of like explanation for why their emotions are more subdued, and that allows you to kind of connect with them more. Like Geralt's a weird witcher, Master Chief is like a stoic soldier, Gordon Freeman just doesn't want to talk. Team. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Zelda tried to do that, but it's so awful. It's like it's a diary journal, and Link is just like, oh, people expect me to be this or be that, so I just shut up. And I'm like, dude, that's awful. That's an awful way of trying to implement that. I don't know. It's definitely weird.
We could go on talking about this subject for a long time. So 768, that was a great question. I appreciate it. We could go on forever.
Yeah,
I need to go, and I just want to thank, everybody who's on the stage here. It's been spectacular. Really, really, guys. This is only my third one, and it's only basically my second official one. Paul Russell was first official. You guys are the second, and we're going to do more of these. I think it's great that you're willing to just get up here and just off the cuff talk, have a conversation, and I hope people in the audience appreciate the time that you guys put in to just share what you're doing and how you feel about stuff. So thanks everybody for coming, and I'll let you all say your goodbyes, and then I'm gonna shut it down.
Marty, real quick.
Yeah.
I have one final question.
Okay.
And that is, will you be returning to Halo 3 before the server shut down for one final effort?
Yes, I will.
And that is my only question.
I haven't actually hooked mine back up yet, but I'm hoping we'll see. For me, it's just we'll see what happens. How about the rest of you guys?
Yeah, I'm going to stream, I think, on Thursday night. Say goodbye. One final goodbye.
I'm actually flying back home on Thursday, so it'll be shutting down as I'm on a flight.
Wow.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sad. I can't believe it's going. It is just every time I think about it, I get more sad.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I'm pretty sure I'll be home back to good internet right as the shutdown happens. So I plan to play until the end. Just have that final nice send off.
Oh, I can't believe it's going.
I hope to play it too.
Cool.
Sad.
Get that final game over. Oh, actually, no, you won't even get that because you'll just get disconnected. Oh, that's gonna suck.
Everyone's gonna start running into walls, and then you'll get reconnecting to game, and that'll be it.
Then we're gonna finally discover the last secret of Halo 3, which is when the servers get shut down. Jeff Steitzer actually says disconnected.
No.
Servers down.
No. David Scully comes up. So you beat the Halo demo.
That would have been beautiful if we had planned that far ahead. I would have loved that.
So you're saying there's a chance?
That's what he would say if they did plan that. So.
Yeah,
That is
exactly.
Yeah, you beat the Halo 3
Perhaps we,
demo.
yes. So yeah, once again, thanks guys. I'm gonna go. My grandson just came in and looking at me with puppy eyes, so I gotta go.
Thanks for having us on, man.
This was awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really good. I appreciate
Incredible. I'd love to do it again sometime.
Yeah, we'll do more of these. This is fun for me. This is a blast. And we had a nice big audience, averaging over 500. It looked like to me, so that's pretty amazing. Okay, everybody, I'm going to disconnect, and I will see everybody later. Stay in touch, and we'll figure out another time to do something like this.
Sounds good.
Yeah, take care.
All right.
Marty.
Yeah,
Bye,
take care, guys.
everyone.
Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Have a good one. Later.
What a nice man.
What a nice man.